Recording in progress.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on point 83 to inform the House that the Democratic Alliance today had an internal election within its caucus, and it is my pleasure to inform the House that Ms. Saviwe Gwarube was elected the Deputy Chief Whip of the official opposition in the National Assembly.
Congratulations, Honorable Member. Okay, that's adding more responsibility on your hands here. Good. We hope you keep orderly, right? Lead by example. Yeah, okay. Honorable members, as usual, we emphasize that you must be settled for as long as you can cope. It's important that we keep the distance to prevent the spread of this crazy variant that's afloat in our country. It's important that we act appropriately. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on 16 days of activism for non-violence against women and children, building safer communities and realizing gender equality through socio-economic empowerment of women and youth in the year of Charlotte Maxeke.
Honorable the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Lindiwe Zulu.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Yes, indeed, the debate is quite important for us, particularly for building safer communities and realizing gender equality through the socio-economic empowerment of women and youth in the year of Charlotte Maxeke. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, and in particular the young people of South Africa. We are here with the theme of building safer communities and realizing gender equality through socio-economic empowerment for women and youth in the year of Charlotte Maxeke, because, honorable members, we are in a journey to change the fortunes of the people of South Africa, but in particular to focus on the issues which remain a pain year by year. We come to this honorable House to repeat almost one and the same thing with the hope that the nation overall will finally hear the cries of women and children who find themselves under these difficult conditions of gender-based violence. I am confident, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that members of the National Assembly, members of the NCOP, our governments, and our provincial legislatures everywhere will focus on doing something to make the change that is necessary for our people. As I start, Chairperson, I also want to congratulate the honorable member of the DA to rising to the new position and say to her, we wish her well, and we are here to support whenever possible. As women, we have to support each other one way or the other. And sometimes, irrespective of our political differences, we need to rise as women and support each other. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present to you government's implementation progress report against the National Strategic Plan on GBVF 2019-2024. Honorable Chairperson, I'm hoping that the members that will follow in their speech will be focusing more on what we need to do collectively as South Africans to end this gender-based violence and have the women of South Africa feeling safe whichever corner they are in South Africa, irrespective of the area where they are, whether it's in the rural areas, whether it's in the urban areas, whether it is in the morning or whether it is during the day or whether it is in the evening. The women of South Africa deserve to feel that they are safe. As we present this report before this eminent house, we do so with the deliberate intention to build safer communities and realize gender equality through the socio-economic empowerment of women and youth in the year wherein we are commemorating 150 years of the courageous life and pioneering spirit of Umamu Charlotte Maxeke, an intellectual, a diplomat, a freedom fighter, a visionary social worker. She is the personification of rejection of surveillance and objectification of women's bodies, as much as she is the invocation of human capabilities towards the realization of freedoms and our common prosperity. It is on this background that our government resolved to build safer communities wherein women of all ages can live their lives free of panic, fear, anxiety, or distrust that may violently be targeted for no reason other than the fact that she is a woman. A 2017 report by one advisory service company estimated that at the minimum, gender-based violence alone costs our country 42.4 billion or 1.3 of the gross domestic product that year. On March 11, 2020, Cabinet adopted the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide 2019-2024, founded within the framework of a South Africa that is free from all forms of violence. The National Strategic Plan is our strategic response to violence that targets women, children, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, plus, which we normally call LGBTQIA plus persons. Cabinet also established the Interministerial Committee, IMC, on GBVF, whose task is to lead and coordinate efforts to provide the overall strategic leadership and coordination on the implementation of the priorities and the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan. I do want at this point also to say, Chairperson, that it was also the action of the women on the ground, the women who came together and said, let us do everything we can to stop gender-based violence and femicide, but also let us go and call on our government and hold our government accountable for the programs that the government has said it will implement. It was on the basis of those marches that took place that this government of the African National Congress agreed through President Cyril Ramaphosa to meet with the women and make sure that we work together with those women from all walks of life to make sure that we finally have the National Strategic Plan. And the 6 pillars of strategic plan are as follows. Owing to the IMC, the NSP is being institutionalized through the whole of government and whole of society approaches. The district development model is particularly proving useful in facilitating the localization, responsiveness, relevance, and visibility of the priorities of the NSP in communities. Government allocated 21 billion over the 3-year MTEF period. This will be supplemented by 128 million that was pledged through the GBVF Response Fund. And at this point, I also wish to thank those that are managing the fund and also say to them, we are here to work together with them. Taken together, the IMC reinforces accountability from across all of our society, and thereby correctly so making GBVF a shared responsibility. Pillar 2, this pillar enables for the implementation of violence prevention programs, as well as interventions that strengthen social cohesion efforts towards our society's moral regeneration. This includes the strengthening of state capacity through dynamic and responsive people, private, civic, academic, multilateral partnership with community-grounded formations that are working for instance, on 1, promoting violence-free public and private spaces, 2, reproducing positive social behavioral change, 3, eradicating toxic masculinities while positively promoting and integrating LGBTQIA+ identities and expressions in our communities, and 4, restoring human dignity and building supportive communities that are capable of responding to trauma. Pursuant of this pillar, the National School of Government developed a 5-day online course that, among others, specifically addresses issues of gender mainstreaming, which is one of the biggest challenges. We've been talking about gender mainstreaming for a very long time. GBVF and gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluating, and auditing in the public sector. Together with SALGA, COGTA is implementing capacity building programs on GBVF in the country's 278 metropolitan district and local municipalities. Through the GCIS, government is sustaining anti-GBVF media campaigns through community dialogues, schools, tertiary institutions, social media, webinars, and radio talk shows. Pillar 3, this pillar addresses the systematic challenges that previously resulted in inadequate responses to the management of GBVF cases. It is through this pillar that the victims of GBV will gain access to qualitatively improved justice, safety, and protection measures. To achieve this, you will recall that Parliament is considering the following bills. 1, the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill of 2020. 2, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill, and the Criminal Related Matters Bill. Today, 32 regional courts are ready to be designated sexual offences courts. In the last 6 months, more than 3,409 family violence, child protection, and sexual offences investigating officers were reached through trauma debriefing session. 100% of the DNA test kits that are crucial in sexual assault cases were delivered and used by South Africa's police services. Yes, while we do agree that there's still a need for us to focus particularly on getting these DNA tests so that the job is done on time. Pillar 4, this pillar is framed to ensure that every survivor of GBV has access to appropriate and sensitive response, care, and support towards his, her immediate, medium, and long-term healing. Through the well-resourced implementation of pillars, survivors should be able to get on the path towards reclaiming their bodies, as well as improving their mental and physical health, well-being, lives, and indeed livelihoods through this pillar. 1, existing response care, support and healing services and system should be strengthened and overhauled. People, public, private, civic, academic, and multilateral partnerships and relationships should be operationalized and improved. And the resilience of institutions, communities, and families should be strengthened. I've said, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, if we want to deal with this gender-based violence, we need to make sure that the action and activities are happening from house to house, street to street, community to community, and communities have to be able to support each other. Please allow me to reiterate that our families, the most basic unit upon which our society is founded, need sustained reinforcement in order for them to protect South Africa's most precious resources, our children. In the same vein, men must play active, positive, and nurturing roles in their children's lives, girls and boys alike. Resilient families are the cornerstones and foundations of solid community. Nothing about families without families. Consequently, the following legislation and policies are at different stages of development and will also add to government's deepening war against GBVF. 1, the draft Victim Support Service Bill. 2, the draft Intersectoral Policy and Sheltering Services. 3, the draft policy on provision of psychosocial services. Under the Pillar 4, our government increased the footprint of footprint of care, support, and healing facilities to cover all 9 provinces, while the number of facilities has increased to 136. Their bed capacity is 1,687. Last year, we transferred additional resources to the provisional departments of social development for them to appoint 200 GBV social workers. During this period, not only did we partner with 249 civil society organizations in the fight against GBVF, we also trained and assigned 100 GBVF ambassadors who will be providing their relevant services in the identified hotspots across the country. And then coming to Pillar 5, this pillar is aimed at transforming the structural challenges that are embedded deep into the configuration and essence.
Minister, I'm afraid your time has expired. I gave you extra seconds to complete, but now it's not going to work because your time has really expired.
It is my pleasure, Chairperson. I was almost done with my presentation, and I'm sure my comrades will also cover up the areas which I did not cover. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me make this clear. Women are not asking for any favors, and claiming our space to be here is non-negotiable. I must admit, it's rather laughable that this government adopted one of the themes for this year's 16 Days of Activism as moving from awareness to accountability. Like, LOL, crying face emoji. What does this even mean, though? Who in this government will come here today and take accountability for their failures? Please balance me real quick. What accountability are you talking about? If you are going to run with this theme, you must submit yourself to being held accountable here today, without sounding defensive and pathetic. If you are going to sign off on this theme, you must be able to come here and admit your failures before we can take you seriously. The kid gloves are off, and they will remain off. The fight against GBVF is stagnant. It took months of nagging, putting pressure, and providing recommendations by the DA and civil organizations to establish the National Council on GBVF. It took protest action and petitions to get the legislation moving, and finally we saw the bill being gazetted. Look, this bill is a good step. I will not deny you of one tiny little praise. Naturally, however, it was only a matter of time when balls drop. Public participation and getting buy-in from society was inadequate, it was rushed, and it was selective. If you are going to do something, just do it properly. We live in a country where our lives are taken lightly. If government really cared about the lives of women and the LGBT+, we will be able to see progress. The system perpetuated by this government is innately violent, and it restricts progress and limits freedoms. It's all well and good to have ideas in theory, to have a plan, but if it's not implemented and actioned with precision, political will, efficient teams, and strong leadership, it means nothing. Your theories, your plans, your repetitive speeches mean nothing. And for this, you must take accountability. Stop with your rhetoric. No one believes you anymore. Stop playing X's and O's with our money and emotions and start spending the budget on things that matter. Stop being annoying with your lies and attempts to make it sound like you're getting a grip around GBVF when it's women and the violence they face that have you gripped around the neck. We must remove the red tape in government that holds our country hostage. Step number one. Why must it be so difficult to get an efficient public service? When victims and survivors seek help from our public service, they must be able to get it without having to beg. Building trust within government institutions like SAPS and within the justice system must happen. Building trust obviously doesn't happen in a day. It takes hard work and determination to accomplish. There must be more training for GBVF frontline workers. This training must be in-depth, it must happen continuously, it must challenge social norms, and it must be uncomfortable. There has to be processes in place that deal with incompetency and failure. This is not about taking one failed cadre and moving them elsewhere. This is about firing those who don't perform and hiring those who want to do the work. Another suggestion the DA will give this government for free is to prioritize processes that monitor and evaluate all government work without fear or favor. How on earth, Minister Mashabane, would you measure yourself and your success rate when your targets are focused around report writing and attending meetings? I mean, you yourself don't even attend committee meetings. It is only through monitoring and evaluation that you are able to see what works, change what doesn't, and find new ways to deal with old problems. I mean, this is not rocket science. Next, budgets must be spent on things that matter and things that will have an impact. Minister Mashabane, you cannot spend most of your budget paying high salaries for officials to take a year to develop a framework, but rather use these budgets for programs that assist women, for example, with legal assistance when they need help against their abusive husbands. Again, fang tips. Honestly, you can have all the themes you want, you can have all the debates you want. It doesn't change the fact that we live in a country where I might leave Parliament right now after this debate, and I might be harassed, raped, assaulted, or murdered. This is the country we live in. I thank you.
The EFF has not provided a name.
I'm here, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Mautu, please advise your Chief Whip to communicate with us and give us names. It makes it easy for us. Go ahead.
Mautwe, Mukhalabi Mautwe, Simautu. Deputy Speaker, this past Sunday, Ntombokolo Kobani, a 41-year-old woman, was butchered to death by her estranged husband in Delft, Cape Town. Ntomokolo had decided to leave their marital home in Cape Town and went to live with family in Delft after she found her husband to be having open sexual relations with other women in the township. The husband then went to a family home and killed her there in cold blood. While he is now arrested, he will likely spend a couple of years in jail and then get released on parole, as is now the case with Oscar Pistorius and 1,000 other perpetrators of these heinous crimes against women in this country. Early in October, Deputy Speaker, Flavio Tlongwane was arrested in Soweto after he was discovered to have killed and chopped a female companion and stashed her body parts in a fridge. He too will likely face the minimum sentence prescribed for these cases, for the cases of this nature, and then come back to society in which he has permanently removed his victim. In August, Nostelo Mtebeni, a last year student at the University of Fort Hare, was murdered and had her body cut into pieces and stashed in a suitcase by Aluta Pasile, who was at the time alleged to be her boyfriend. In September, Nikita Maloney, a 20-year-old woman from Kwatsatu village just outside King Williamstown, was killed by the father of their then 7-month-old baby, even after she had gone to the police to obtain a protection order against the abusive boyfriend. Deputy Speaker, we can go on and on the whole day, mentioning the names of women who have had their lives brutally taken from them by men who left behind their children with scars for the rest of their lives, who have left behind their families who have to live with the agony for the rest of their lives. The violence and abuse against women are not only growing in this country, but the level of brutality is also getting even more sadistic. The institutions meant to protect women against these crimes seem to be folding their hands or are woefully out of depth and do not know what to do with these crimes. The Minister of Police reported that between April and June this year, over 10,000 rape cases were reported in South Africa, and that between July and September, almost 12,000 sexual offenses were reported in police stations across the country. We now all know that reported cases represent only a fraction of the actual crime going on in this country, and that thousands more cases of sexual offenses do not get reported to police stations. We also know, Deputy Speaker, that of the reported cases, only a tiny fraction will be prosecuted and only a handful of the perpetrators will ever go to jail. This country is failing women. Our police, the prosecuting authority, the magistrates, the judges, and the correctional service facilities are hell-bent on perpetuating these crimes against women by giving the perpetrators a slap on their wrist. The formal yearly event marking 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children has become a meaningless box-ticking exercise because it offers no reprieve of any kind to women in the township, in the workplaces, in villages whose bodies have been turned into crime scenes by the violence perpetrated by men in the main. Deputy Speaker, we understand that the violence against women is a societal problem and not merely a policing problem. We know that we need to eliminate poverty. We need to have better human settlement that allow for the full dignity of our people. We know that our people must have the land, the jobs, their freedom to express their spirituality in a free manner. While we pursue these ideals of social justice, we need to get our policing in order. It is a crime against society that SAPS has not been able to sort out the backlogs in their forensic laboratory, endangering thousands of rape cases across the country. It is a crime against society that women do not feel safe going to report these cases at SAPS because they know that there aren't enough trained officers to deal with cases of women abuse at the police stations. We are tired of having to participate in this box-ticking exercise every year while women are being killed on a daily basis. We are tired of lip service and expensive functions that yield no results to the protection of women in this country. We are tired of rhetoric of thinking that gender-based violence and femicide is an occasion and it must be looked at within a period of time. We need action, manje, not tomorrow, not later. Now is the time to fight this societal problem. We need decisive leadership, not the clownish conduct of SAPS and their Minister of Police. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable MD Hlengwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you. As we gathered here today to debate on the international campaign of the 16 days of activity to end GBV and honor the Charlotte Maxeke, the women of South Africa are still waging a daily war against the monster of gender-based violence. This silence pandemic violates the brutalities and tears our communities and families apart. We cannot begin to debate social economic empowerment while our women and children are being slaughtered almost daily like animals. Despite the horrific daily report of violence against our mothers, daughters, and sisters, the government has failed dismal to protect the women of South Africa. Between April and June 2021 alone, over 10,000 women were raped, according to the latest crime quarterly report. This is only a 72.4 increase compared same period last year. We have matched crime and damage change, yet the government has still failed to convene the National Council on GBV and femicide. 3 years later, while has the National Council on GBV and femicide bill only published in October 2021. Why? Sesikhathele ukuma njalo unyaka nonyaka sithi sigubha lo 16 kodwa abesifazane base-South Africa basesaba ukuphumela emgwaqeni, basesaba ukuphuma bayobona ngoba izigulamkhuba nezigelekeqe usuku nosuku ziyababulala abantwana bethu abaphephile, omama nodadewethu. The COVID-19 pandemic, undeniable, have a much greater impact on the women of South Africa than the men. The injustice burden had to carry it by women who were both frontline workers and caregivers at home. The IFP says what the women of South Africa face and demanded government action and action now to promote additional protection to our women working on the front line. In July 2021, the IFP demanded that the KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development break her silence on when social workers would be vaccinated. The IFP demanded that social workers, the majority of which are women, must prioritize for the COVID-19 vaccine in KZN and nationwide. The COVID-19 pandemic has deepened gender inequality, and now more than ever, we need to fight for equal pay, for equal opportunity for women, especially in local communities. The first step in empowering our women is to ensure safer communities.
Honorable
We
Shengwa.
need action now. Thank you.
Honorable Shengwa, your time has expired.
Yes,
Yeah, iphelile.
thank you.
Dankie, lebuyile.
Yebo, thank you.
Yeah, ngiyabonga. Please, members, just adhere to your allocated times, please. Honorable Breed.
Dankie, agbare adjunkspeaker. We are exactly halfway into this year's 16 Days of Activism for No Violence Against Women and Children campaign. We are commemorating the 22nd 16 Days of Activism campaign this year. We are debating no violence against women and children for the 4th time this year. We have debated GBVF more than 12 times since the start of the 6th Parliament. And what tangible difference has these campaigns, these debates, these talk shops brought to the female and child victims of abuse? None. According to the latest crime statistics, rape is up by 72.4% or 2.8%, depending on what year you use as your benchmark. Sexual offences increased by 47.1%. Over 15,000 cases related to domestic violence was reported. And yes, statistics can be manipulated, and the different levels of lockdown have made stats difficult to compare to prior years. But whether the crime stats are distorted or not, the fact remains. Gender-based violence and femicide is up, and it is unacceptable. In the Minister of Police's own words, the stats show once again that South Africa is a very violent country. Bettina Wijngaard som dit net so mooi op, toe sy gesê het, Suid-Afrika het van die mees progressiewe menseregte wetgewing ter wêreld en die beste geslagsbeskermingsmeganismes in die wêreld, maar is ook een van die gevaarlikste lande vir vroue om in te woon in die wêreld. And I ask again, what tangible differences have been made since the inception of this campaign? What tangible difference have the implementation of current laws, albeit by no means inadequate laws, made to assist women and children in need? What tangible difference has been made at police stations to support victims of domestic violence, abuse, and rape? What tangible difference has sexual offences courts made to the victims of sexual offences besides traumatize them? What tangible difference does it make if not even 12% of police stations countrywide have rape kits? Little to no tangible difference has been felt by victims. Chairperson, or Deputy Speaker rather, I am frustrated by the lack of change. My colleagues that serve on these committees, Honourable Sharif and the rest, are frustrated by the lack of change. South Africans are frustrated by the lack of change. 20 months after the approval of the 21 billion rand plan to eradicate GBF by 2030 and the promise of establishing a National Council of GBVF, we are still waiting. More than 2 years after the passing of Uyonene, Baby Lee Jeggles, Tasnie van Wyk, and the outcry by a country in mourning for its lives lost brutally, what has changed? What accountability has there been? After countless protests and even a joint sitting on a matter of national importance to discuss the way forward of GBVF, what has changed? What accountability has there been? Government has a responsibility to ensure that the police have the necessary resources to combat GBVF. The dysfunctional forensic division and especially the DNA backlog is unacceptable and needs to be addressed. This cannot stay a talk shop. But every citizen and community also have a responsibility to stop the moral decay which leads to it. But it starts with us as political leaders. Chairperson, I conclude. The theme is moving from awareness to accountability this year. But forgive my cynicism. They say that seeing is believing. And I sincerely hope that this year we shall see. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sukers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Hadebe, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, I raised my hand when Honorable Masto was still on the platform, because according to the rules that you cannot speak before unless we have raised the hand on our gadget. I raised during that time. What I'll request, I was going to rise on Rule 84.
Honorable Khadeb.
Yes, ma'am.
Manje ufuna ukuthini ngoba sesiphakathi nokuxoxa le ndaba?
No, the rules were not observed. The rules are very clear, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that before you speak, when you're on a platform, you raise your hand through your gadget. I raised my hand then. And then it was not recognized. I don't know whether we were made aware of that or not.
Okay. No. Yes, next time we'll find a way to see your hand when it's raised so that I can attend to it. I know some people. Yeah, no, it's okay now. That's fine. We have passed that. Deal with it, yeah. Okay, that. Honorable Sukers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbokodo is the slogan of the women's movement in our nation. Well, women are struck every day, every hour and minute in this country. Her children are exposed to trauma and violence from the womb to an early grave. The impact of violence in the development of children in areas such as the Cape Flats and the prevalence of mental disorders are areas of research that must be prioritized. We must go on the offensive in this fight and unify our efforts beyond party lines. The women of this sixth parliament must take on the issues of GBV as legacy projects for this sixth term. We must challenge GBV within the structures of power and address the abuse of power where it exists. The low rate of investigations and convictions of police officials who perpetrate heinous crimes against vulnerable women demands a strong response from us. The Kanaland debacle should have never happened. The African National Congress has further tarnished the legacies of people like Charlotte Maxeke and Albert Lutuli in their support of ICOSA. And only after tremendous pressure, it took the decision to withdraw from the agreement. This was a terrible example of moral leadership. that also tarnished the credibility of President Cyril Ramaphosa and the ANC as a so-called progressive movement. In Kanaland, there is a culture of exploitation that resembles the past, a culture of impunity where young girls are being exploited by men for economic survival, sex for gifts or money. It contains elements of the ugly history of migrant labor that women had to survive in this country by giving up their bodies for a roof over their heads and for the survival of their children. The ANC should apologize to the nation for its support of ICOSA in that municipality, for it endorsed the sexual abuse of minors, the exploitation of women, and it continued to excuse rape by powerful men in the name of political expediency. I say this to you today in memory of the teachers who evoked in us the ideal of a just society by mentioning the names of Chief Albert Luthuli and the history of the African National Congress. You represented the ideal of justice for all to a generation. It is an indictment to your history. To the women of Africa and this nation, South Africa, the biblical story declares that your seed will trample the head of the snake, and that some of you will rebuild the deserted ruins of your cities, that you will be known as a rebuilder of walls and a restorer of homes. Rise in the power of God unashamedly, fearlessly, stand against the evil together, unite.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Nearly 20 years, rather, more than 20 years after the campaign for 16 days of activism was adopted, a lot of gaps still remain. Gender-based violence has actually become very prevalent and pervasive in our society and has become one of the most pervasive human rights violations in this country and globally, if you like. As a third of all women keep on experiencing this kind of violence on a regular basis. As we are already aware, not only does GBV threaten human security, peace, and development, it also shatters lives on a daily basis. We wake up daily to stories of how our women are being victimized by men, people who are supposed to protect them and ensure the safety of everyone on a daily basis. We also hear of stories where we go to provinces and do constituents work of young women in particular and women in general, who allege that there are many stories in municipalities, provincial governments, and when it comes to tenders, where they expect to pay with sex for jobs, and there's also allegations for sex for tenders. And these are things that society needs to root out if we are to root out the scourge of gender-based violence. Let us be honest, campaigns like the 16 Days of Activism, while they are great initiatives to curb the problem, they are not enough on their own to fight against the pandemic. We have to address all the systemic changes and challenges that impede the transformative agenda and the approach that we have adopted over the past couple of years. First of all, we have to unite and fight against gender inequality because it is such prevailing inequality is perpetuated by a patriarchal system across the social, economic, and political spectrum that seem to normalize male dominance over women. The same inequalities that allow an economic form of violence of gender pay gap, where there is a difference in wages between men and women for the same work of equal value. We must be encouraged and equipped to participate, to ensure, we must encourage women to participate and to make sure that they're fully equipped to participate in the economic mainstream of the country. The other thing that government needs to do urgently is to make sure that we have the political will needed to strengthen and enforce reasonable laws against all the perpetrators. The capacity of law enforcement agencies must be reinforced for them to perform true investigations of all LGBT reported crimes and to ensure that all cases are concluded and that all the perpetrators are thrown in jail so that we can make an example about all of those who continue to violate our women. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mahau.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Heartfelt condolences to the families who lost their loved ones, future leaders of this country, due to GBV. To name one, Nostelo Mtembeni, and many more others. May their precious soul rest in peace. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is clear that we have a massive problem with GBV in our country, and what the government is doing now is just a drop in the ocean. More intensive efforts are needed to adequately deal with the scourge. Just to mention the few, government GBV and command center alone recorded more than 120,000 victims on the first 3 weeks of lockdown. Vodacom support call centers saw a 65% increase in calls from women and children seeking urgent help after lockdown began. A report from SARS is reporting that only about 14% goes to trial, and there are convictions on only about 7% of these cases, which means a retraining of our SARS to deal with gender-based violence is very critical. As long as women are economically depending on abusive men for survival, the stats on GBV will continue to rise. Let us appreciate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the sectoral multi-sectoral fund on GBV and femicide responsive fund from the president, but we are saying it is not enough. Let there be budget for all the pillars within a national strategic plan, the GBV pillars. That will assist a lot. It makes to make the national development plan goals to be realistic as far as gender-based violence is concerned. We are proposing that at least all the departments must have a ring-fence budget to deal with gender-based violence over and above. Most of the time, GBV is taking place at a ward level. Municipalities are quiet in terms of addressing the GBV. One of the recommendations would be municipalities must be taken on board and have a dedicated budget to address the GBV. As ATM, we affirm, Deputy Speaker, on saying justice-based capital punishment, which is equal to death penalty, to all heinous crimes will be the solution. I thank you.
Thank you. Peter May, mute your system there, man. Thank you. Honorable August.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that the physical, emotional, and sexual violence against women and children continue to escalate at an alarming rate. No one is born with violence running through their DNA. We are born into a world that has become besieged with violence that we see within our families and our communities. And there is no magic wand available to the state to stop the scourge either. We have to do it ourselves. All of us as individuals in our organizations and workplaces and as a society. How do we do it? The first step is diagnosis. We must acknowledge that we are dealing with a pandemic that never sleeps 365 days per year. We cannot condense our response into 16 days of activism and hope it will have an effect for the rest of the year. 16 days of activism is not a vaccine. The second step revolves around ownership. The plague of gender-based violence is brewed in our homes, in our attitudes towards each other, in what our children learn from us. We're teaching them early to disrespect girls. Every single South African has a responsibility to question our structures and practices at home contribute to poisoning the minds of our children, specifically our boys. It is an uncomfortable question. We can't hide behind our cultures or traditions. If we continue raising our boys with the same set of values, our girls and women will continue to suffer. We need to break this cycle and treat both our girls and boys to respect one another and value each other as equal to birth a new way of gender relations. The third step is where the state comes into it, with its policing, criminal justice, education, and social development functions. Good proposes we redefine the role of police and police stations. They should become hubs of compassion and support, prioritizing safety and security, while ensuring perpetrators get the message that if they cross the line, they are going to get caught. We are mindful that it is fashionable in South Africa to hold government directly responsible for all of our woes. The state does have enormous responsibilities, but that don't give the rest of society a free ride to sit back and wait for the land of milk and honey. That a country of freedom, fairness, and justice that most of us want requires most of our attention. The non-profit sector, already responsible for so much good work, must step up to the plate and incorporate the gender education into organizations' day-to-day activities. Good wants to thank all the NGOs that deals with the GBV on a daily basis. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable August. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me start by giving the message of condolences to the families of those who have lost their kids in spaces where we believe that it's spaces of development, which is schools. I don't want to go and name them because we understand that gender-based violence is a pandemic. So we might be not knowing of other kids, Chief Whip. So that is why I'm saying that we are sending our message to everybody who has felt this heat, these deep barbaric actions of GBVF. Deputy Speaker, allow me to speak with fellow South Africans and as well fellow members of this parliament. The President, when you are speaking in this 6th Parliament, he said to all of us, we must be activists. And understanding that activist is about activities. We could have came here and tell the country that as members of Parliament, this is 1, 2, 3 that we are doing in our constituency. However, because we have resorted these debates to politicizing them, shifting the blame, playing the blaming game and so on, we are coming here and want to ask ourselves again to say what, why? And we know that GBVF is a pandemic and a societal issue. Honorable members, I want to congratulate all the young women who have ascended into position of leadership, more especially in the local sphere. I would like to say to them, let our people not be victims of GBVF. While we have the NSP that is in place, they must make sure that they implement it and ensure that the district model works for them and their people. I would like as well to congratulate Honorable Gwahube. I think your position in this responsibility, it is a just-in-time position because we know of what happened in Harstad in Tukomsres. So if we are celebrating 16 days of activism, to say that it's even GBVF when it's male-to-male gender-based violence. GBV must fall. Allow me, Chief Whip, to introduce to the world the activist, optometrist, Dr. Motsepe, whom I've met while I was doing my constituency work in Mohlakeng. He pledged to give 30 plus people with albinism spectacles. This really shows that indeed when the President speaks about social impact and social compact, he speaks about it and others will listen as good citizens and others will be ignorant. This man shows that indeed everybody can play part in terms of social transformation. We have 30 PWAs we have given advanced specs. And you would know, all of us that are in this house, that spectacles for people with albinism, it's not luxury, but privilege. This man has proven that We all can do our part in our spaces as professionals, as members of parliament, as communities. It is indeed that as the ANC, we always emphasize that creating safer communities, healthy and stable cities, it is our responsibility. I heard other members asking why, what, and I believe that Honorable Zulu could have answered them. Honorable President once said in his speech, I quote, "It is not enough to intervene only once perpetrators have entered the criminal justice system. We have to prevent gender-based violence before it happens. So it is our responsibility. As government, we have a duty and responsibility to devote the necessary resources to combat crimes of gender-based violence." I would like to acknowledge as well the programs that have been developed and implemented by the ANC Women's League. Till to date, we have seen them actually disrupting the national social and gender oppression through their Umanyano and other programs. Honorable members, for us to deal with GBV as a society, we need to go back to basics, where individuals, groups, and organizations understand that activism does not have age, race, class, color, and gender. We believe that everyone must enjoy their rights, their human rights as stipulated in our Constitution, Chapter 2, Bill of Rights. Civil society are enablers in terms of ensuring that our citizens of the country become the benefactors, beneficiaries, and patriotism is the order of the day. In all of those who are proudly South Africans, as we know that in this year, the 16 Days of Activism theme is moving from awareness to accountability. Now, my answer is, with regards to accountability, civil society have a role to play in terms of influencing, promoting, empowering, and monitoring and evaluate if all structures, systems, and resources that are in place are adequate and sufficient to respond to our challenges as the country. Accountability can only come if we all collectively agree that we have the role to play in ensuring that our elders, men and women, youth, people with disability, people with albinism, LGBTIQA+ society, and children lives matters. As parliamentarians and society at large, it is our role to reconstruct our country and build the South Africa that is free from all forms of injustices. Not that we always do it in this august house, playing politics as usually, that's what we do. And I hope our fellow South Africans are then starting to say, what is it that you're going to do as a collective in one voice, in one message in this house? I would like to say to you, honorable members, this 16 days of activism, it is 16 days of action. As we have seen that we have problems and loopholes in our institutions, we must go and ask them why there's no sexual harassment in the institution, why do we have victims in our streets, why do we still have backlog of DNAs, and why do we have institutions where these institutions have been changed to be crime scenes where everybody would die at any given time. It is our responsibility as a society. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable CHMCBC.
The issue of gender-based violence against women and children and vulnerable minority groups. Deputy Speaker, the only issue with these debates is that we do this every year and we still see cases of violence against women and children surging up. It is coined a pandemic of its own. This pandemic must be seen as a human rights issue. It is a pandemic, and what do governments do during a pandemic? They act swiftly to cap it before many more lives are taken. We call upon government to do more, but this is not a matter of priority for this government. Hence, policies and legislations that should be addressing this issue have been long in the making. A recent study revealed that GBV costs the country more than 28 billion annually, which amounts to 1% of the GDP, but the cost of GBVF is far greater than any number can suggest. Survivors of GBV are vulnerable in a number of ways: financially insecure, more likely to be absent from work, and often unable to achieve upward professional mobility, which means there is numerous direct personal costs to GBV that are seldom recognized. In the recent released crime statistics by SAPS, more than 9,500 women were raped between July and September 2021, while 13,000 cases of assault on women were reported in the same period. Every year for 16 days of activism, we highlight gender-based violence and renew calls to eradicate all its forms. But in the 23 years since South Africa joined the 16 Days of Activism campaign, what has really changed? The only thing we have is the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. We can be absolutely certain that very few South Africans even know about it. The NSP on GBF proposes steps and measures that government as a collective will take to eradicate GBVF in South Africa, but yet we know nothing of its implementation. We call on government to start recognizing this as a serious matter which needs serious and expedite interventions. The changes that government often speaks about do not translate to the realities of our people. We also encourage all stakeholders to come on board and stand together to fight the scourge of GBVF in our societies. Businesses need to step up as well because they often set the tone for what is accepted in society. It has a responsibility to declare a zero tolerance approach for GBV in all forms. There is no easy way to eradicate GBV, but it is important to strengthen existing intervention. Lastly, we call on our men to shun and shame each other this atrocious crime. It is our responsibility as men to protect our women and children, therefore protecting the future of this country. Let us all fight to not be remembered as a nation that continues to kill its women and children. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Honorable Jafta.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Smith.
I am honorable.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Jafta, just one moment. Yes, that.
Speaker.
I can't hear you. Can you put off your mic, mask a little bit and then put it on immediately afterwards?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Ned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We are all in trouble in this house. There's a member for the last 45 minutes has not been wearing her mask. Oh, there she puts it on.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No, honorable members, do put on your mask unless you are eating, and you can't eat in the house.
I'm referring to that member.
No.
The one, the third.
It's okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, honorable members, do put on your mask. Don't try and defend people you shouldn't be defending. No, can we just keep quiet and leave this matter? It's none of your business in the first place. That man is acting properly as an honorable member here. We begin every day with a request that you put on your mask consistently. You can't be defending that on any political or imaginary grounds. Please, no. Honorable Jafta, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable we can't hear you today. Your reception is very bad. Honorable members, don't deal with Honorable Jafta. I'm here. Honorable Jafta, we can't hear you truly. It's difficult to hear you. Try something to sort out the reception. Chief Whip, uyabona ukuthi lesi wonke umuntu uzonoma yini ayithanda nje Honorable Jafta, things are bad. I'm afraid I have to skip you. No, we can't hear you. It's completely difficult to hear you. Let's proceed. Honorable Madisha, please take the floor. We apologize, Honorable Jafta. We know that area you are talking from. I'm being presumptuous now. I don't even know where he's speaking from. But the reception often does this. So let's not do that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. For as long as South Africans are forced to endure the present high levels of poverty and unemployment, for as long as the present ruling class continues to fail to implement what it purports to be the positives that will improve lives of South Africans, then this debate shall take us nowhere. This is a debate that has been brought to this House 27 times in the past 27 years. Check even the Constitution, what it says. Although South Africans have and still continue to pray for improvement, but those who purport to be true leaders of South Africans have relegated those prayers to the second fiddle. The recent empirical evidence has proven that South Africa is in the top league of joblessness and poverty in the whole world. It has further proven that those who occupy the realm are women and the young people in South Africa. Millions of women don't work, but are forced to take care of their children, buy them food and clothes, pay their school fees, albeit government claims the antithesis, namely free quality education. Hence, like I said last year and before, of course, women end up working at night in the streets, wearing miniskirts. The rich, even from this house, employ women from beyond the borders of South Africa so that they can be exploited. Women get killed in many instances, as it has been reported. What does this government then do? It talks about equality, but it actually enlarges the borders of inequality. More than 74.5% of the young people who are qualified, who have degrees, don't work. Although we raise this point every year, this government does nothing except to continuously claim that there is improvement. From me, I want to put these particular questions forward. After these debates, which happens every year, what has this department actually done to improve lives of women and children and the youth? To President Ramaphosa, I want to say, is this department really necessary? Or is it just being used as a campaigning tool with which the present rulers paint a picture to say they love South Africans, the women and the children? I want to say that here we are faced with a momentous challenge and we will not go anywhere, Honorable Speaker. Changes have got to be made. Thank you very much.
Honorable SGN Bata.
Malbongwe.
Honorable Shabalala, suyenza lento, ungaphindi uyenze lento. Ayenziwe.
Thank you.
Sorry? No, not Madisha. Oh, what a little mood to khanda mhlophe awu kisho kanjani into enjalo ke mangu No. Honorable member. Please, Mania, please, let the mask stay on. I know it's uncomfortable, but let's keep it on. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
No.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, my apologies. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers and Honorable Members, I greet you all. Let me first raise the issue that was raised before, the issue of the ANC supporting the mayor of the Western Cape in the rape case. We have distanced ourselves as the ANC. We are not supporting that mayor. The second thing is that GBV is the role of all of us as the community. If you don't hold our hands together, we won't be able to reach our objectives to clean the issue of GBV. But let me continue with my speech. As we are in the middle of the 16 Days of Activism of No Violence Against Women and Children campaign, we must take a note, we must take a moment to reflect on our roles. That's very important. As public representatives of the people and as members of communities, we must all become activists and use the platforms we have to promote a culture and activism in our constituencies in order to mobilize millions of South Africans to fight gender-based violence and violence against children and vulnerable members of our society. We have acknowledged a previous debate in this House and in other forums that scourge gender-based violence is intolerable. Through our words, we have denounced the people that abuse women, as I have indicated before, children and vulnerable persons, but the violence does not seem to be abating. How should we understand this? How do we explain the fact that our powerful words and condemnation have not had much impact in terms of changing behavior? My explanation is that evil prevails when the good do nothing. The historical mission of the ANC has always been there to achieve political and socio-economic transformation and ending all forms of oppression, including gender oppression. Our strategic objective is to create a society in which all our people live without fear of violence and harm. The ANC in government has pioneered the rights without fear of violence. The ANC in government has pioneered the rights of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Government, work together with the social partners, has been driving the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. In conjunction, government has intensified women empowerment programs and mainstreaming of the youth into the economy. In spite of the best efforts, the COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked havoc to the global and the domestic economy. The unemployment rate has surged to a dramatic 34.9%, with Black women facing a strategic 41% of unemployment. These statistics imply an increased vulnerability of women to gender-based violence. sexual violence as inequality in our country is widening. Statistically, most rape incidents take place in the home. And that's where we need to work together as the community. These statistics include the rape of young adolescent girls, many of whom fell pregnant during the various stages of the national lockdown. The lack of access to reproductive health care, such as contraceptives, was also a contributing factor. Millions of young women did not have access to proper reproductive health care because of the coronavirus pandemic. Not that the ANC didn't supply. It was due to the pandemic. The most disadvantaged young girls and women have endured the greatest impact of the struggling economy. It is thus imperative to ensure that government and social partners continue to create youth and women empowerment programs to mitigate these disparities. As activities and as leaders in our constituencies, we must support campaigns to protect our children, report statutory rape cases that occur in our family. We must do our best to support schools and other institutions to reduce the prevalence of teenage pregnancy as it hinders the progress of the girl child. I just want to hint an example that during the COVID-19 when it started, ANC was forefront working with the schools on the issue of supporting the schools on the issue of GBV and other issues, including the agricultural issues, and also supplying the PPE, which is the sanitizers and the mask to the schools. I'm here to confess that in Tshwane, more than 80 schools were supported in partnership with Bonitas, where all of them were supported, including the educators who were trained free of charge on COVID-19 on how to deal with it. Noting the levels of unemployment in this country, all spheres of government must intensify efforts to support youth-owned businesses through programs such as the Youth Challenge Fund. We must increase funding of programs that stimulates the establishment of growth of youth-owned businesses to promote digital skills to foster job creation, which is very important and is being done by our government at the moment. Understanding the impact of COVID-19 has had on the economy as the whole, especially the township and rural economies. Many women have become more dependent on their male partners. We welcome the support through programs such as the township
Honorable
and rural.
SGN, your time has expired, my sister. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Nyonso.
Deputy Speaker, gender-based should be declared a national disaster. Kwame Nkrumah once said that if you want to understand any nation, you should look at its women. Womenhood must be respected because they are mothers of the nation. A truly liberated people would have their women and children enjoying life in abundance and becoming the envy of the world, but not in our beloved country. The status of women and children in South Africa with regards to gender-based violence is a horror story, especially when we consider the brutality meted out to young women by their spouses, who now resort to the dismemberment of body parts, keep them in refrigerators, and at times bury them in shallow graves. This is no longer an aberration. It is an increasing phenomenon. There is a need for a national summit which must take drastic steps to end escalating gender-based violence. We move that gender-based violence be declared a national disaster. The numbers of incidents are increasing rather than going down, despite the fact that awareness programs are spread almost to all the communities. The brazen acts of wife-beating, sexual molestation of girls, and grievous bodily harm on children are at their highest ever. The only way to prevent such horrific situation from continuing is to uproot it from its origin in society, so that the perpetrators should ultimately be isolated and shunned. GBV must come to an end, and sooner rather than later. We cannot be portrayed as an unsafe country for women and children. The criminal justice system on its own do not provide a conducive space to protect the victims. There are many chances in that process for perpetrators of GBV to go scot-free. That is, if they have good and expensive lawyers and if they have connections with corrupt police. Some even misuse the traditional family meetings, using their money to suppress and silence the issues by paying themselves out of trouble. There are sexual molesters in every corner, wearing suits and getting false praises for being nice people. They never get to see their day in court. This is worrisome. Justice must be seen to be done. Clearly, the men have to carry the blame. Each time a male is found to have been a sexual perpetrator of GBV, it gives all other men a bad image. It means when the world looks at South African male, they see a potential rapist, a serial killer, and a wife beater. This has to stop. It does not represent the majority of males. It must come to an end. And the best way would be an increased awareness campaign that includes civil society organizations, government agencies, political parties, and everybody else concerned with transforming the image of South Africa as a horrific place into a united one Azania, the land of peace and plenty.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hanif Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Parliament has failed women on maintenance, and this contributes to gender-based violence. One of the first actions of our new Speaker to support the 16 days of activism against women and children was to send my amendments to the amendments to the Maintenance Act to the Parliamentary Legal Team. The Speaker has already approved a budget to publish it in the Government Gazette for public comment on the last day of this campaign, which is the 10th of December. So for Al Jamaa, it has been 16 days of action. This is a fitting end to this campaign for Al Jamaa, but the work starts after the 10th of December. The main amendment that I'm proposing is that upon lodgement of a maintenance claim, an indigent applicant can apply for an emergency temporary maintenance order. So there is money for food on the table for the children immediately. They don't have to wait for up to 7 years. I invite honorable members to read the other amendments on the 10th of December. One of the legacies left behind by the previous Speaker was funding an interim Muslim marriages bill that will assist Muslim wives to have a category on the home affairs system for Muslim marriages. So one day when one of the spouses died, the death certificate does not say never married, which is the worst indignity honorable members can imagine. The Minister of Home Affairs has also struck a blow for activism by taking steps to order his department not to use the entry never married on the death certificate for people who believe they are married, like Muslim women in a nikah and many other women in the religious marriages. The President stated in Parliament that I must be patient, and he's lived up to his promise. There is another woman that phoned me today from Durban, 45-year-old, that's battling to see her 6- and 4-year-old children since 2019. Once again, the President rose to the occasion and asked the CEO of Legal Aid to take the matter forward, as this woman has contacted the following bodies without success: They are the Legal Aid, Pro Bono Center for Child Law, Women's Legal Center, Human Rights Commission, Commission for Gender Equality, Legal Resource Center, Department of Justice, nearly the whole world, Honorable Deputy Speaker, even the Office of the President. So Altamar feels that there seems to be a systematic problem in that women can't get assistance, and that wise men abuses the system, and this poor woman has to suffer. How many more women are there like that? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and continue to raise your voice against gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Although I'm partial to the color of a banner behind you, but we don't allow propaganda on banners, because what next is going to happen is that unacceptable stuff will be displayed behind you. We are not available for being dealt with that way. Please, next time, just change it. If it's the only color, then that's fine. No wedding would be okay. I wouldn't protest against that. Honorable Mpiti?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an ode to the boy child, to the men, many of whom have had to grow up before their time, who've had to adopt dominant narratives of manhood when dad left. Men and boys who never got to understand their feelings or even express them, mostly in a society that does not encourage boys to talk. Growing up with fathers who were emotionally absent, strict, less tolerant, and less reasonable. Many of us have had to step up and be men at young ages. But we need to understand that there were behaviors that we learned that weren't okay. Things that felt okay because they were always done. We must interrogate what Makosazana Kubeka states in a thesis where she says that young men are caught between what their parents and societal role models have taught them to be and the changes in the gender relations prevailing in South Africa today. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has blue-ticked the most vulnerable people in this country, particularly women. The New Dawn has not answered the calls for the crucial programmatic changes that center the boy child. There's been no meaningful reform or successes that this government can claim in the fight against gender-based violence. The fact is that South Africa is the most dangerous country for women in this world. This is a government that has shown itself to be out of touch with the realities of this world. And so the most pertinent question remains, what has been done? What claims will you make on this podium today? When we ask the department what type of leadership has been provided in coordinating government departments, they will tell you about the New Dawn. When you ask them what successes have been made in the past 3 years, they will tell you that they attend webinars. Perhaps the most simplest action is to start fixing the department's website so people can actually get access to information. Honorable Manisizo came up here and she spoke about the delay in the DNA test. Unfortunately, she should be asking the ANC to be able to speak to that because they are in charge of that. Just last week, Honorable Andrew Whitfield, my colleague, spoke about the crime stats that showed that 58% of GBV dockets have not been finalized for more than a year. The backlog in the DNA testing will delay justice for thousands of victims of violent crimes. This erodes the principle of consequences for criminal behavior and creates an enabling environment for violent criminals to thrive. In this House, we are more fortunate to worry about legislation, while women and children unfortunately have to worry about whether they will survive tomorrow or not. This government has indeed failed to uphold the rights of individuals, whether it be through the attainment of justice, security, or safety. Honorable Mbata came here and told us that the ANC has distanced itself from the convicted rapist in Kanaland. The fact of the matter is it's too late. You supported that mayor. He became a mayor because you supported him. So you cannot distance yourself now and tell us that you have distanced yourself. That is why my colleagues, Honorable Sharif and Honorable Ngobo, traveled 8 provinces in 2 months, visiting support centers, Tutuzela care centers, speaking to social workers, healthcare workers and doctors to understand the realities that they face on the ground. In the Free State, the Tsepong Victim Empowerment Center, we found files that were laying across the ground on the floor without security. These are rape cases. In eThekwini, we found GBV cars donated by Germany, gathering dust and not assisting victims in the deep rural areas of KZN. In Middleburg, Mpumalanga, we visited women's shelter that didn't even have security at the gate. And those women who were at that shelter had zero protection from the perpetrators they had tried to escape from. In Limpopo, we got to go to the Tutuzela Center, where we found a lady whose face was slashed during a rape, and her only reliance was on a heavily understaffed and under-resourced Tutuzela Care Center. I raise these experiences today so that I can model what it feels like to put these frontline workers first. What we need now is to provide rapid and comprehensive responses to all forms of violence against women. We need to address the backlog of cases, the delays in DNA testing, and the availability of rape test kits in police stations. The justice system has a huge role to play in ensuring that all crimes against women and children attract harsher sentences. Perhaps government can start with those things, the basic things. Activists on the ground are telling us that it is not enough to have gender-based violence as a line item in an annual report or having GBV as a rhetoric in speeches. They want to know where is the money and the resources to keep them alive. They don't care anymore, and they shouldn't care about being respectful or palatable to us. And so today the DA joins with those voices to remind this House that government continues to fail to empower and equip and to stack up the resources that are very much needed to support NGOs, community organizations, support groups, health workers, social workers, because they've proven that they are obsolete. They can't do the job. And this is why the DA wants to take this moment to remember all those we have lost during the gender-based violence pandemic. And we call upon all men to rise up, not only with their words, but with their actions for 365 days of activism.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you.
Honorable Ngola.
Allow me for the views of Honorable Mananes. Political formations must refrain from playing political point scoring with GBV, for it is a crime against humanity. You can use all forms of language like Mr. Mbiti here, but GBV requires all of us to unite and confront it head on. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to declare cheap politicking with GBV unethical and therefore disingenuous. Deputy Speaker, as we conclude the debate on the internationally recognized 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, I wish to take this opportunity to pay respect to the women and children who have lost their lives through gender-based violence. We convey our sincere condolences to the family and friends of all those who have lost their lives to what our president has declared a second pandemic. In November, South African Police Service released crime statistics for the second quarter of 2021-2022. The stats reveal that an increase in conduct crimes, which include rape and murder. This is not only debilitating, but it is painful to know that so many men are responsible for such gruesome, inhuman acts. Behind those numbers are real people with real feelings, with families and friends. If we're to live to see outcome 3 of the National Development Plan, a South Africa where all people are and feel safe, the status quo cannot exist. Dismantling the system of patriarchy in all its manifestations
to achieve gender equality is imperative if we are to tackle gender-based violence. According to the Global Inequality Database, Africa comes as one of the world's most unequal regions, with the top 10 capturing half of national income. The research shows that South Africa is the most unequal country of the region. In 2019, the income share of top 10% households is estimated at 65%. The COVID-19 pandemic has made matters worse. Unemployment has risen, poverty has widened, and inequality has deepened. Extreme inequality levels can be found amongst nations which historically experience colonization and extreme forms of racial injustices. As in our case, the persistence of inequality in such countries is largely due to the lack of land ownership reforms, the lack of means of production, the absence of social security and progressive taxation systems. In any capitalist system whose twin is patriarchy, the power relations are largely skewed against women. Even those who manage to succeed in the echelons of power are sometimes paid less than their male counterparts. The majority of women, however, form the bulk of the unemployed or occupy the lower ends of salary scales. 2018 stats show that there are 4.1% more unemployed women in South Africa than men. Women bear the brunt of poverty, with 39.2% of women-headed households not having an employed household member. Nationally, 43% of children live with mothers only, while only 1/3 of men live with both parents. The reasons for gender-based violence are many. A significant factor, however, is that those who are excluded economically become vulnerable to abuse in a system where money is everything, and which enables the wealthy to dominate and control those with less. The high level of unemployed South African men is the contributor to gender-based violence, as most men cannot provide for their families, vent their anger on women and children. This is not a justification for violence against women. Gender empowerment is important for uprooting patriarchy and achieving gender equality. Providing women with economic security provides a good foundation from which values emanating from a patriarchal system can be challenged. Deputy Speaker, patriarchy in its nature promotes male privilege. The attitudes and expectations organized on this basis rank men above women, providing a social structure that gives men uncontested authority. It is an obsession with control as a core value around which social life is organized. Men maintain their privilege by controlling women and anyone else who might threaten their positions. Women are subordinated and treated as inferior because they are culturally defined as inferior. Black women suffer a triple oppression in terms of gender, race, and class. Cultural practices which undermine women and girls have no place in our country. The oppression of women in the name of tradition cannot and should not exist. We welcome the interventions by state institutions which progressively contribute to the promotion of gender equality. We've seen the development of our jurisprudence in line with the Constitution as espoused in the famous case of Bear versus Magistrate Kailicha. In the Constitutional Court, the majority invalidated the impacted statutory provisions on the ground that they contravene the rights, equality, and dignity. It also held that the rule of male primogeniture was contrary to gender equality. The rule of male primogeniture, Deputy Speaker, is simple that the ancient times there was a rule that inheritance is the people who are entitled to the whole of the inheritance of the household are only the elderly men, which is contrary to our stance on gender equality. As led, it's important that we continue making laws to correct the legals of patriarchy, which dilapidates women's self-actualization. If the economy is not growing, the gender gap will widen. From a young age, children must be taught in homes the importance of gender equality. Gender stereotypes must be dismantled. There should be shared responsibilities within the household. Respect for one another must be taught in the home first. We need to go back to our roots of Ubuntu, for it is then that the objectification of women and children will come to an end. The fight against gender-based violence is not a women's struggle only. Us men must be committed in uprooting patriarchy and fighting gender-based violence. It begins with me. I close off with the words of the former President Thabo Mbeki when he said, open quote, no government in South Africa could ever claim to represent the will of the people if it failed to address the central task of emancipating women in all elements, and that includes the government who are privileged to lead. It starts with us as men, not to think that the fight against gender-based violence is a struggle for women only. We must fight against men who use their being men to perpetrate abuses and injustices against women of the country. We must stand up, all of us, fight what we have. It starts with us. It starts with us as men to refrain, collect ourselves, and fight, confront the GBV as it is a second pandemic. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngola.
Madam House Chair, order. Point of order, Chabalala on virtual.
Yes, Honorable Chabalala.
Yes, no, I wanted to say that speech of Honorable Ngola was proper. He did very well. It's very sound. That's the order I'm giving him. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you. That's not a point of order, please. That's not a point of order. We don't do that. Please don't do that. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you for your contributions to this debate. We hope what we are saying is what we will practice. Thank you very much. I will ask the secretary to read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology on 2020-21 Annual Report of Department of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we know that there's been an agreement by all parties that there will be no declarations of votes on this budget reports. But will allow all parties to indicate their objections if they wish to do so. This will apply to all the BRRRs that we will be dealing with. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please accept the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you.
And the objection of the FF Plus.
Thank you.
Also the objection of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Those objections are noted and the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology on performance of Department of Science and Innovation for 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, we are recognized.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
And of the FF Plus.
Thank you.
The objection of the EFF.
Thank you. No, the objections will be noted and thus the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Sithokoze sibawa imhlahlandlela iusosibepi wenhlangano enkulu.
Ngisukuma nokucela ukuthi lendlu yamkele le ngxelo inkosi.
Sithokoze ukhona ophikisana naloyo mbiko.
Yebo, House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you.
Objection of the EFF Plus.
Thank you.
Chair,
The
House,
bank,
note the
the
objection of
money
the
out, and she took me to ShopRite.
Okay.
Of objection of the UDM chair.
Thank you.
who's listening in from ShopRite?
Honorable members, please. Please. Honorable Iris, please just mute. I think you didn't see your icon. Please mute. We proceed now to the fifth order. I will ask the secretary to read.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs.
Thank you. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Kule note ya ShopRite. Diphakamisa into bayireport-ile yamkelwe. Inkosi.
Thank you very much.
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance, and if that member could just pick me up some chicken from ShopRite, it would be grand.
Thank you.
House Chairperson and the objection of the EFF Plus.
Thank you.
House Chair, note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. The objections are noted and the report is thus agreed to. Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture.
Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Ki leboe mme modulasetulo ke tsitsinya hore tlaleho yona ya moelo ke ntlo ena ke a leboha.
Ra leboga go teng o a gananang le go amogela tsitsinyo e beyang ke Sosibepi wa ntlo.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
And the objection of the EFF Plus, House Chair.
Thank you.
House Chair, note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Noted all the objections and the report is thus agreed to. Can we now allow the Secretary to read the seventh order?
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Sosibepi. Wenhlangano enkulu.
Ndimane ukuphakamisa into yoba le ndlu yoqingqo nowiso-mthetho yamkele le ngxelo. Inkosi.
Siyabulela ma. Ukhona ophikisana naloko?
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Siyabonga.
Die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus.
Thank you.
The objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
The UDM chairperson.
Thokoze Mhlonishwa kuwonke lama objections, the report is thus agreed to. We proceed to order number 8, the Secretary.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Standing Committee on Finance.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I rise to move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
Objection of the EFF Plus.
Thank you.
The objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Ek wag nog. Nobody. Thank you very much. With all the objections, and the report is thus agreed to. We ask the Secretary to read the ninth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements.
The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, what do we do?
Ni kombela kuri ndlu lena iamukela report.
Na cancer, kokwan. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Agreed.
Please note the objection of the EFF Plus.
Agreed.
Please note the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Agreed. With all the objections, the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour.
The Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Baie dankie, mevrou. Ek stel voor dat die verslag aanvaar word. Ja.
Baie dankie.
Ja, dat is.
Baie dankie. Any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
And the objection of the EFF Plus.
Thank you. I thought you would repeat that word so that I can use it. I'm copying, I'm learning.
Die EFF teken besware, voorsitter.
Baie dankie.
And that of the United Democratic Movement.
Thank you. Thank you. With all those objections, the report is thus agreed to. We now go to the order number 11. The Secretary.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of the final acts of the ITU World Radio Conference 2019 in terms of Section 231 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maneli, you are called upon to introduce the report.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, committee support staff, fellow South Africans. In introducing this report for consideration by this august House, I'm reminded that South Africans joined the global community in reflecting on the 1st December 2021, the World AIDS Day under the theme, open quote, End Inequalities, End AIDS, close quote, as declared by the World Health Organization, WHO. May our daily actions between now and the next World AIDS Day be that of an understanding that our response to socio-economic conditions is central in defeating the scourge that has beset the world for decades. Honorable members, in line with Section 34, Subsection 1 of the Electronic Communications Act, the ECA, Act 36 of 2005, the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies represents the Republic of South Africa at international fora, including the ITU, in respect of international allocation, coordination and approval of spectrum plans applicable to the Republic, in accordance with international treaties, multilateral and bilateral agreements entered into by the Republic. Henceforth, the Minister signed on behalf of the Republic the ITU World Conference 2019, WRC 19, final acts on 22 November 2019 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt at the end of the World Radio Conference 2019. WRC 19 reviewed and revised the radio regulations, the international treaty governing the use of radio frequency spectrum, and the geostationary satellite and non-geostationary satellite orbits as contained in the final acts. Honorable Chairperson, the benefits for the Republic from the World Radio Conference 2019 are as stated in the report, which includes a strategic outcome impacting on the South Africa's national agenda, which is, open quote, greater gender participation and empowerment of women, close quote. The national implications of ratification of the final acts are amongst others the following. One, WRC 19 final acts in terms of radio regulations that come into force on the 1st January 2021. Two, the DCDT and the CASA will update the 2018 National Radio Frequency Plan NRFP in line with the outcomes of the World Radio Conference 2019 impacting on the Republic, while ensuring protection of security service spectrum, consider government current and planned use of spectrum in line with Section 34 of the ECA. The outlined outcomes will be taken by DCTT and the CASA as part of ongoing environmental awareness of spectrum management trends and spectrum outlook for the next few years. Furthermore, the legal opinions from Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Office of the State Law Advisor respectively confirmed One, that ratification is not in conflict with the domestic laws, but will require amendments to the NRFP. Two, that international opinion states that the WRC 19 final acts are not in conflict with South Africa's international obligations. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee on Communications, having considered the final acts of the ITU World Radio Conference 2019 and the explanatory memorandum thereto, as referred to it, recommends that the House, in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution, considers ratification of the WRC 2019 final acts for approval. This report is therefore presented to this House for consideration. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, the Honorable Maneli. I have a request for declarations. I will start with the DA. Honorable Mbele.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngaphambili. The World Radio Conference of the International Telecommunications Union is the crucial multilateral forum for the international allocation, coordination, and approval of spectrum plans applicable to all member countries. The international treaties on radio regulations, such as the ones before the House today for consideration and approval, that were signed at the 2019 WRC conference in Egypt, govern the use of radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits supporting those operations. And these are all largely technical and uncontroversial in nature. In brief, the outcomes and agreements of the radio regulations will have domestic implications in terms of requiring the updating of the 2018 National Radio Frequency Plan, as mentioned by Chairperson Maneli, while ensuring protection of security service spectrum, primarily as it concerns the police and defense forces, as well as sensitive science services. On the latter aspects, reference to the voyages of our ships to the Antarctic base at the South Pole, as well as radio astronomy stations like the Square Kilometre Array in the Northern Cape, bears significant mention. At this juncture, Chairperson, I must add the heart-sinking lament that a further domestic implication would have been in the arena of railway radio communication systems to meet the needs of a high-speed railway environment, in particular for train radio applications to improve radio traffic control, passenger safety, and security for train operations. However, the tragic state of our railway network and carriage stock under the mismanagement of PRASA simply makes this a pipe dream. Perhaps when the management authority for railway services is eventually devolved to competent provincial and local governments, this prospect may start to be realized. As has been expressed by the new Cape Town Mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, and Premier Ellen Wendy, the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape governments are ready and eager to take over the joint running of passenger and freight rail in the Western Cape province, so that we can optimize the economic growth, development, and job creation potential of this infrastructure asset. Under those circumstances, then, for once, it will actually be a good thing for the proverbial lights at the end of the tunnel to be an oncoming train. In terms of international implications, the radio regulations are notable for having opened up new orbital slots for broadcasting satellites, providing developing countries with the opportunity to regain access to spectrum orbit resources. Chairperson, the importance of meticulous multilateral planning and coordination with respect to the shared use of low orbit near space for satellites cannot be overstated, because we will only get one chance to get such a framework right. Any mistakes or maverick deviations by public or private sector players from this regime risks the unfolding of a chaotic scenario where accidental satellite collisions create high-speed debris fields that trigger further cascade collisions, which exacerbates the problem, ultimately creating an impassable shrapnel shell around our planet that renders satellite operations vulnerable to shutdown and makes extraplanetary trips impossible. And anyone who has watched the 2013 film Gravity, starring Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, will know exactly what such a disaster can look like. For any country that seeks to keep up with international peers as the 21st century proceeds apace, there must be a clear and laser-sharp focus on facilitating reliable and high-speed broadband ICT infrastructure to enable cloud computing, the Internet of Things, and quite possibly the proliferation of augmented reality, as the recent metaverse announcement has forecast. We cannot be left behind, and we must maximize the benefits of this brave new world through public-private partnerships. Otherwise, we will find ourselves on the wrong side of a growing digital divide, trapped behind a connectivity chasm. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Millions of people across the world depend on radio communication to access information and make informed decisions about what is happening in their respective countries. Here in this country, radio still remains an invaluable source of information for millions of people. The International Telecommunications Union radio regulations, as updated by the World Radio Conference in 2019, provides for a further strengthening of the ability of nations to provide frequency modulation that would enable ease of radio broadcasting. In assenting to the final acts of the World Radio Conference, South Africa rightfully affirmed the country's rights to put the interest of the nation first, in as far as development of frequency modulation is concerned. The Government Gazette of March 2019, which outlines the regulations for frequency migration overview, is aligned to the final act of the World Radio Conference. The regulations are in line with the final act of the World Radio Conference, and more particularly, commit to lowering the cost of frequency migration so that users do not suffer. We support this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. The IFP. Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa's participation in the International Telecommunications Union World Radio Conference in 2019 marked an important stage in the growth of the country's telecommunication industry. The role of the ITU in convening this conference over the years seeks to review and revise the global radio regulations in order to reflect the latest technological developments and respond to an ever-changing market demand and service-specific spectrum requirements. The conference was held in 2019, and the arguments made were signed by 3,400 delegates from 165 members countries. These agreements were compiled into a final act of the radio regulation, an international treaty that governs the global use of radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits. South Africa was a signatory in this treaty. Of importance in the conference were the additional spectrum allocations that were agreed on the international mobile telecommunications, including the IMT 2020, also known as 5G mobile. The upside of this 5G technology is that it has allowed for faster internet speeds, increased capacity, and reduced latency. Improvements that are crucial in video conferencing, while 4G technologies have been associated with network lags of up to 50 milliseconds. The use of 5G has reduced this to a 1 millisecond. Despite these advances, the IFP has been outspoken regarding these concerns around 5G, specifically relating to the long-term health effects. We will continue to monitor international peer-reviewed research and respond accordingly. Further, the upgrades of the ITU conference clearly prepared South Africa for working remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the outcomes of the conference was the revision of regulatory provision to accommodate indoor and outdoor usage of Wi-Fi network. The COVID-19 restrictions that have been in effect since March 2020 have been a rise in the number of people working from home. The conference therefore assisted this transition. A COVID-19 pandemic also exposed the painful realities of the digital divide. South Africa has serious gaps in national coverage, especially in the last mile access for rural areas and small towns. The pandemic also exposed the high cost of accessing the internet in our country. South Africa is still to bridge the digital divide between rural areas and urban areas. However, the introduction of 5G technology has also created a platform for South Africa in rural areas to access the internet more easily. The report from the World Bank suggests that the use of sophisticated digital technologies can create more and better jobs for people with low incomes and low skills, thereby helping in the fight against unemployment and poverty. Sadly, for South Africa, the cost of accessing the internet is higher than the countries. We are still in fighting unemployment and poverty. The IFP supports the report. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Freedom Front Plus is in support of the report.
Thank you. The African Christian Democratic Party.
Thank you, House Chair. I've left my camera off just because of connection issues. The 2019 World Radio Communication Conference Final Acts brings together the resolutions and recommendations undertaken by the conference of the International Telecommunications Union. Now, this is an important United Nations member state body that reviews and revises international radio spectrum requirements. While the majority of global standards confirmed by the conference have come into effect in January 2021, South Africa regrettably remains an outlier when it comes to the repeated delays in its digital migration and endless debacles about surrounding the issuing of spectrum. Now, the critical auction of the permanent radio spectrum remains crippled by litigation and disruption, and we in the ACDP trust that the parties involved in this litigation would come to an end. South Africans have waited more than 10 years for this process to be completed, and it cannot be held up by an endless litigation, and this is highly regrettable. However, having said that, the ACDP supports this report and supports the final acts that have been brought into action. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The United Democratic
Movement. Chair, the United Democratic Movement supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The African Transformation Movement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ATM supports the report.
Thank you, Mama Khau. Good. Is good there. NFP, National Freedom Party? No. African Independent Congress? Congress of the People?
Thank you, Chair. We support.
Thank you very much. Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania? Nirni? Al-Jama? Near? African National Congress.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, the ICT sector has a significant and growing impact on the GDP and is part of the macroeconomic consideration as it provides opportunities for South Africa to get out of the current economic challenges. It is against this background that the ANC remains committed to the program of increasing the rollout of broadband infrastructure across the country, more so in the rural parts of our land. To date, 970 government sites have been connected. Mario Manuiz, the director of the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, said the telecommunication are a key enabler to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to build a world where social, economic, environmental, and technological development is sustainable and available for everyone everywhere. Technologies such as mobile communications, the IoT, connected cars and cities, the fourth industrial revolution, and artificial intelligence all depends on the telecommunication network services and the applications. And increasingly, they rely on recommendations to provide the basis for connectivity. As part of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, the department, in collaboration with the presidency, submitted a bid for funding to support digital access for low-income households and stimulate job creation and economic growth through household broadband connectivity and public Wi-Fi access. This project will be rolled out in both township and rural areas. Honorable members, today we table before this House the request for approval of the final acts of the ITU World Radio Conference 2019 in accordance with Section 23, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The ratification of final acts as amended will serve to benefit and protect the Republic of South Africa during international coordination of radio frequency spectrum usage, coordination of satellite deployment to mitigate interference with national services, coordination and approval of any regional radio frequency spectrum plans. This will also ensure that the revised radio regulations, the international treaty governing the use of the radio frequency spectrum, and the geostationary satellite and non-geostationary satellite orbits are approved by resolution, and that those radio regulations impacting South Africa are updated in National Radio Frequency Plan. The ratification of the final acts include the following. The Department of Communication and Digital Technologies and ICASA to update the 2018 National Radio Frequency Plan with the outcomes of the World Radio Conference 19 impacting on the Republic, while ensuring protection of security services spectrum, consider government current and planned use of spectrum in line with Section 34 of the Electronic Communication Act. The outline outcomes will be taken by the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies and ICASA as part of the ongoing environmental awareness of spectrum management trends and spectrum outlook for the next few years. Parliament to consider ratification of the final acts and thus radio regulation impacting on South Africa be updated in the revised NRFP in order to keep the plan current. Minister to approve the revised NRFP in accordance with Section 34, subsection 2 of the Electronic Communication Act. The ANC welcomes the resolutions that were taken in the conference, which includes the following. In identifying new frequencies for 5G applications, World Radio Conference 19 established conditions to protect existing services from receiving harmful interference from future mobile handsets and base stations. Of great importance was the need and priority given to protecting sensitivity science services, particularly the Earth exploration satellite services, passive bands where measurements are made that are then used in weather predictions models. A World Radio Conference resolution agreed on compatibility between the Earth exploration satellite services and the relevant active services is intended to manage harmful interference that could make weather predictions increasingly less accurate. The ITU member state agreed to identify additional radio frequency bands for high altitude platform stations, HAPS systems. The agreements reached at World Radio Conference 19 help pave the way to connect more of the world's people to the benefits of today's digital economy, particularly in underserved communities and in rural and remote areas. A new resolution passed at World Radio Conference 19 also emphasized that the current technologies such as HAPS can be used to deliver broadband application for broadband connectivity and disaster recovery communication with minimal ground network infrastructure. This can potentially enable lower cost connectivity and faster deployment. In conclusion, in order to ensure more telecoms operators gain access to high demand spectrum, the ANC welcomes the decision by ICASA to create a policy which requires that a portion of unallocated high demand spectrum be assigned to the wireless open access network. One, ICASA has set aside radio frequency spectrum within the 700 MHz megahertz, 600 megahertz, and the 500 megahertz spectrum bands for one. The one invitation to apply provides for a radio frequency spectrum license to be issued for one, which will be valid for a period of 20 years, renewable annually on payment of prescribed license fees. The ANC support this report. I thank you, Chairperson Diaribu.
Thank you, honorable members. Are there any objections to the approval of the final acts of the ITU World Radio Conference 2019 as it appears on the order paper? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on first and second quarter performance of 2020-21 financial year for budget vote 12, Statistics South Africa.
Realeboga, Motlhomphegi James, re kopa o re fe yona tletlebo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We assessed or reviewed performance information of Statistics South Africa. It was discovered that Stats SA continue to struggle as a result of historic budget shortfall, high vacancy rate, and high turnover rate. However, we were pleased about the additional 45 million for compensation of employees, which will assist the department to avoid incurring negative audit outcome. We are of the view that additional allocation will address high turnover and high vacancy rate. The committee have mandated both the Minister of DPME and the Minister of Finance to address the budget shortfall, which might have negative effect on the quality of statistics. As we are all aware, honorable members, in less than 100 days from today, Statistics South Africa will undertake a population and housing census, which is Census 2022, from the 2nd of February next year. This will be the 4th population count since 1994. We are delighted that the budget for Census 22 has been ring-fenced to deliver a successful project. I would like to encourage members of this House to encourage citizens to fully participate in Census 2022. We support, as the ANC, this budget report of Statistics South Africa. Ndiabo.
Thank you very much, the Honorable James. We have received requests for declarations. I will call the Democratic Alliance, Tate Malatsi.
There is no doubt that Stats SA is one of the few jewels of excellence in this administration. It continues to function well, deliver its key programs without some of the corruption and leadership instability that cripple many of the government's entities. Given that its main purpose is to produce reliable statistical information that guides government policy interventions, one would think that the ANC government would do everything in its powers to ensure that it has sustainable funding. Yet, the ANC government continues to deny Stats SA the funds it so desperately needs to be able to consistently produce the volume of statistical reports that it is mandated to. It now only produces over 250 surveys annually that provide evidence-based reports on unemployment, labor, trade, and many other critical socio-economic trends that reflect accurate developments in different sectors of our country. These reports are widely used by the private sector, academics, and even NGOs to influence their policy positions. But perhaps more worrying for the ANC government is that these reports often expose the government's embarrassing performance in failing to fight poverty and to create the policy environment for job creation to prosper. Nothing illustrates this more than the recent quarterly labor force survey, which shows that the official unemployment rate sits at 34.9%, while youth unemployment is at 66.5%. These aren't just numbers. They represent the crushed livelihoods of many families. They represent the abandoned dreams of young people who have given up on ever finding a job. Honorable members, the Stats SA budget will be cut by over 766 million over the next 3 financial years due to this administration's mismanagement of the fiscus. These budget cuts mean Stats SA will now be forced to discontinue some of the periodic reports because it can't afford to do them. Just last year, it was once again forced to abandon the income and expenditure survey as a result of these budget cuts. These are the type of statistical reports that make the ANC government uneasy. It explains why the government has no political will to provide Stats SA with the funds it needs to conduct all these reports, because they fear that they will paint a negative picture about government service delivery failures. Every former minister in the presidency previously committed to persuading the National Treasury to allocate more money for Stats SA. We sound like a stuck record in the Portfolio Committee, whereby at each and every meeting we have to plead for this, because as a credible institution that does such an important work, it is key that it always has all the resources that it has. What we don't need is yet another bag of empty promises. And to quote the Statistician General, we can't live on promise. This entity can survive on getting funding so that it delivers on its mandate. So to my colleagues on the right, if you truly care about the future of Stats SA and the report it produces, please fund it properly.
Economic freedom fighters.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and the South Africans. Chairperson, Statistics South Africa remains one of the very few institutions in the state that are still with little blemishes. We know now that it was impossible to conduct the census as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that despite early attempts to prepare for the census this year, the fourth wave may make it impossible for the entity to conduct the much needed population census. What is clear, however, from the report is that the entity has been progressively underfunded over a period of time, and that this underfunding will certainly have an impact on the ability of the Stats SA to provide the country with the key demographics and economic details needed to measure our progress and regression as a nation. The narrow premise in which the National Treasury works, which believes that the country can progress through austerity measures, is exposed for the fraud that it is when institutions such as the Stats SA are defunded. If we hinder the ability of this institution to perform its functions, how else are we going to know if we are making progress or not? Correct. Up-to-date statistics on the true state of the nation are needed to guide the policy decisions. To this end, Chairperson, we need a fully funded and functional Stats SA. We are going to support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you, all members. We are at a stage in which the world is driven by data. To promptly and appropriately respond to any situation, we need access to information in statistical format. It is information that enables various government departments and the private sector to respond to new threats and to take advantage of opportunities. This is where Statistics SA comes in. Stats SA's main focus is the information that it collected by government departments during their fulfillment of their constitutional mandates and implementation of their policies. As such, the financial performance of State SSA is vital, as it gives us insight into the financial health of the one entity that is responsible for giving us information. However, we find ourselves facing disappointment due to the performance of State SA in the period under review. By now, I'm sure we are all in agreement that COVID-19 is the main reason for non-performance in government. Informed us in its report that the work it conducts requires field data, which requires traveling and other logistical arrangements. These have not been possible due to the pandemic. However, this does not mean that we condone other issues within State SA. The report shows a high vacancy rate within State SA, which has been attributed to budget cuts and lack of opportunities to progress within State SA. Most competitive people are looking for career advancement and will not stick around when they feel that they have hit a brick wall in their careers. State SA must look into this critically and find a solution. The IFP joins the rest of the committee in encouraging State SA to formulate a plan and achieve the delayed quarterly targets before the end of the present financial year. We are also hoping that in our next engagement with State SA, we would have been provided with detailed spending reports on the procurement of the PPEs for employees by the State SA. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the adoption and approval of the first and second quarter performance reports for the 2020-2021 financial year for budget vote 12 State SA. I thank you.
FF Plus.
Honorable House Chair, the FF Plus supports the report.
Thank you. ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Stat South Africa has published a report in June of this year on the top 10 leading causes of mortality in South Africa. This is based on death notification forms and maintained by the Department of Home Affairs. Now, it is interesting that this report does not include deaths due to COVID-19, as these will be published at a later stage. And the data shows that mortality levels are declining, but still, in response to the ACDP's question at the end of last year, all indications are that there are still more than 1,000 people dying per day of natural causes in South Africa, which include, according to this report by Stat South Africa, tuberculosis, diabetes, cerebral diseases, HIV disease, hypertension, influenza, pneumonia, and other diseases. Now, the ACDP, while not detracting from the seriousness of COVID-19, also welcomes this report and welcomes what Deputy President Mabuza said about HIV/AIDS and the need to also focus on combating HIV/AIDS, particularly on the recent AIDS Day. Deputy Chairperson, the ACDP takes note of this report and also takes note of the decrease in budget for Stat South Africa that obviously places Stat South Africa under a very onerous burden. However, we will support this report, but would encourage finances and to ensure that Stat South Africa has sufficient funding due to the very important role that they play, particularly when it comes to the reports regarding mortality rates, excess deaths in South Africa at this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the other pandemics facing the nation, such as HIV/AIDS. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM?
The UDM supports the report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM?
Thank you, Chairperson. ATM supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. State SA is one of the most important entities in the country and is one of the very few entities of government that execute its mandate free from corruption, poor performance, and poor governance. The entity achieved 93% of its targets as set out in the annual performance plan, whilst under tremendous financial and human resource constraints. This is commendable. There are very few government entities that can report such positive performance. Therefore, we welcome the additional 49.4 million allocated to the State SA. We do so with an open heart because we know that it will be utilized for what it is intended for. The National Freedom Party welcomes the report of the Portfolio Committee and supports its recommendations to the entity. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. The AIC. Cope.
Chief Whip ya ANC tlile am thapeletse bjale ke kwana nayo le tše di šetšeng ka moka ga tšona ke a leboga
Ra leboga Mkoni. Hey, Chief Whip le ska intimidator ba bang. PAC. Okay, Aljama, ANC, Mam Kiwi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC supports the vote 12 of States South Africa. It goes without mention that COVID-19 has impacted on the operation of all departments, including Statistics South Africa. However, Stats SA remained resilient in the provision of information, reliable and quality statistics such as the labor force, statistics, unemployment, and many significant stats that provide a trajectory of how our policies as government impact in our economy, the lives of our people and society. As a country, we are largely dependent on the entity to provide us statistical information on how COVID has impacted the economy. We commend the entity for releasing 3 new releases on the business impact survey on COVID-19 and essential products consumer price index, and the 3 new online surveys measuring the impact of COVID-19 on society dealt with health, behavior, and perceptions, employment, income, and hunger, and education, mobility, migration, and time use. Understanding that the entity had delayed targets for the first and second quarter, we urge the Stats SA to ensure that all its targets will be achieved for the financial year. However, as the ANC, we were rather concerned about the high vacancy rate and the representation of women in SMS positions and persons with disabilities in other departments. We have always stressed for the representation on women and persons with disabilities in SMS positions to bridge the inequality gap. We applaud the entity for improving in the paying of invoices with a set time frame of 30 days and appreciated the progress that had been made thus far of the legislation reform. And we were pleased to hear that the entity was preparing for Census 2021 by developing and testing multi-mode data collection for Census 2021 pilot, and that it conducted Census 2021 trial project between August and September. Understanding the significance of population count and ensuring that everyone get counted in is one of the most important responsibility that the entity has. State SA utilized digital platforms and technologies to ensure that they commenced with data collection for other household surveys using CATI due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, we were rather concerned with the collection of data in deep remote areas, and majority of our people did not have access to internet or technological improved digital devices. Although we still commend the entity for its global and international engagements, even during the midst of the pandemic, particularly the engagement with organizations such as the Commission for Gender Equality, developed the gender-based violence statistics. As we all know, gender-based violence is a second pandemic that our nation continues to battle with. With the release of such information, that will be able to intensify the fight against gender-based violence in our country. Statistics South Africa produces credible statistics, and in the process of modernizing its operational model, strengthening statistical reform, and conducting the 2021 National Population Census. For an entity like Statistics South Africa to maintain its standard and lead in the production of stats in line with an internationally recognized standards requires a budget that is not restrictive for the entity to fulfill its mandate. There is a need to increase the funding for Statistics South Africa if we are to continue to rely on the entity for the production of stats so that it can continue providing the nation with updated, efficient statistical information. The statistic produced by the entity informs us of our socio-economic dynamic, in which the public sector, private sector, tertiary institution, members of the public, and scholars are largely dependent of the statistics produced by the state South Africa. There is a great need for the production of statistics for our nation, particularly in the midst of the pandemic, so that the country can assess its progress. The ANC moves in support of Vote 12 on Statistics South Africa. Diabule.
Siyabulela, Mam Kibi. Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the House needs your guidance.
I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA's objection is noted. Thank you very much. The report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on first and second quarter performance of 2021 financial year for Budget Vote 9, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and Brand South Africa.
Thank you very much. We will call upon the Honorable James to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Monitoring and Evaluation and Brand South Africa has presented the first and second quarter performance report for 2020-2021 financial year. The department, together with Brand South Africa, have experienced budget shortfall in the year under review. However, we were concerned about the removal of certain crucial targets in the original annual performance plan due to budget adjustment. The DPME removed crucial targets such as budget prioritization framework, which remains the key document to to guide budget allocation of government priorities. As the committee responsible for the oversight of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, we will continue to pursue the department to develop a monitoring framework tool for the implementation of the National Development Plan. The department has to move with speed in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of NDP by the government departments. There is a need to monitor high-level indicators to measure performance of the medium-term strategic framework of the Department of National Development Plan. We as the committee support this report. Ndakenza.
Ndakenza, Tatani James. We have political parties wishing to make a declaration. I will now welcome the GA.
This administration made a lot of noise about the introduction of performance agreements for cabinet ministers and director generals. While it is a good thing that those have finally been completed, they remain a meaningless box-ticking exercise if they are not used to punish non-performance and under-delivery where it exists. Far too many departments are failing to meet their basic targets, including the DPME. Yet there is no demonstrable evidence that there are consequences for this. For example, 28 performance agreements by HODs across provincial governments were submitted late. Needless to say that all of these were either in ANC provincial governments or at national level. In addition, 4 performance agreements were not submitted at all. Once again, all of these were in the 2 capitals of corruption and non-existent service delivery, namely my home province, Limpopo, and the Northwest. In contrast, the Western Cape has a 100% success rate in submitting performance agreements on time, and it is acknowledged by the Department of DPME. Ask your colleagues in that committee. One of the common developments that hamper efficient performance in government is the failure to fill senior management vacancies on time. There are currently 11 acting director general vacancies, acting generals, and 32 acting heads of departments across provincial governments. Again, all of these exist in where the ANC is in charge and none where the Western Cape DA is in charge. And this is no innocent incident. The lack of agency in filling these critical posts is deliberately designed to allow ministers and MECs to interfere in administrative functions of these departments. In 2018, the president serenaded us with melodies promising lifestyle audits for cabinet members. Surprise, surprise, 4 years later, no minister has been subjected to a lifestyle audit. Every time the DPME has to account on this, it fails to meet its deadlines. It manufactures a new excuse. Initially, we were told that the delay in finalizing this was due to consultations over the framework. Last year, we were sold the spin that this would be finalized in March 2020. When this didn't happen, a new deadline was introduced of October 2021. When this didn't happen, the new convenient excuse was COVID-19. Yet right here in the Western Cape, Premier Alan Winde was able to deliver on his promise of finalizing lifestyle audits for his cabinet within 9 months of taking office. This is simply because where there is a political way, there will always be a way to deliver, and no excuses. One of the entities that falls under the DPME is Brand SA. And what is very clear is that we need to finalize the reconfiguration of Brand SA and SA Tourism as soon as possible to avoid the existing duplication of mandates. Brand SA is in a complete state of inefficiency. It has an unprecedented high vacancy rate in senior management. For almost 2 years, it has been unable to fill vacancies due to an ill-advised moratorium on posts. It has so many acting senior managers rotating in different executive positions in the last few months that its HR department can produce a cracker script for a comical show on this. It is basically being reduced to a lousy PR agency where everyone is on permanent snooze. There is no thorough planning, there is no strategic monitoring, and definitely no efficient evaluation that requires any support for this department. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, when these reports were tabled in the department, and the department and the brand SA kept using the COVID-19 as an excuse for their inability to perform some of their functions. Many heads of departments across the country have not had their performance agreements signed, which makes it very difficult to hold them accountable for the massive failures we see in government today. These failures has simply got nothing to do with COVID and everything to do with the government that is unable to do the most basic of its functions. The department further went on to make fruitless expenditures in starting a hotline for reporting corruption in the public service. This was just a lip service and an attempt to fool the public into thinking that the government was doing something about corruption. Nothing has come out of this hotline to date, and nothing will ever come out. The less said about brand SA, the better. We cannot build a strong brand SA as a nation when we have a weak president presiding over a rapidly weakening state. We now know that corruption is far worse.
On the point of order.
Yes. Honorable Commander, can you just hold on? Yes, Honorable Khadebe.
I'm rising on Rule 84 on the what's this thing? On unparliamentary language. The members just called the president a weak president. I think that's unparliamentary. The person cannot be a president and then be weak at the same time. It's unparliamentary and offensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's please guard against what we say, Honorable Komani. Please proceed.
It is a political statement, Chairperson.
And it is.
Proceed, Honorable Komani.
We now know that corruption is far worse today than it was before this administration took over. And there is no amount of PR that will change that. We need a government that is committed to less PR and to do more delivery of service to our people. The public service will be saved through proper leadership, through appointment of men and women who are qualified and have interest of the nation at heart. Thus, we reject this report.
Thank you. IFP. Okay. Should I proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank
you. The report by this department. What's happening now?
Kubeg and Abezit.
The report by this department under Program 1 of its administrations hire, develop, and retain the right people in the right positions for the department throughout the planning period to successfully implement and realize benefits from ICT solutions in doing the work of the department and to promote good corporate governance practices and management. With this in mind, it is frustrating to see that when the committee investigates this department as well as brand as a performance, that issues are found to contradict this very statement. Firstly, we see that brand SA needs to have a retention strategy to retain its skilled employees, manage the vacancy rate, and attract quality personnel with the skills needed to execute its mandate. It is ever more important for entities and departments to take and reliable so that our department, the state of decay. On the subject of employment, it is completely unacceptable that brand South Africa has forgotten about already marginalized people of this country and continues to follow this trend by not making provision for employment for a single person with a disability. Secondly, the department could not find a way to function sufficiently and achieve its targets during the COVID-19 pandemic. As members of parliament, we ourselves saw the difficulty of executing our mandate under COVID-19, yet we found ways to continue with our work and achieve targets. This department cannot use this excuse to buy its way out of achieving its targets and to justify why it has removed certain targets from its annual performance plan. Unfortunately, as a public service, it is vital to provide professional service delivery to the people. Finally, as is the trend with all departments, irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless expenditure is unacceptable. And consequent management is demanded for purposes of accountability on behalf of the people in this country. The IFP supports the report. Chairperson, thank you.
FF Plus.
House Chairperson, no declaration.
Thank you. ACGP.
No declaration. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. UDM.
No declaration. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. ATM.
No declaration, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. NFP.
House Chairperson, no declarations. Thank you.
Thank you, Babus Busy. AIC. COPE.
Lekafeta.
Raleboga Mkoni. PAC. Al-Jama. The ANC. Ma'am Mtweva.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. Honorable members, the ANC supports vote 9 on planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Planning, monitoring, and evaluation is essential to ensure that government programs and policy is effectively implemented through the facilitation of the implementation of the National Development Plan. There is a need of government to assess its process, its progress, and ensure that departments are aligned to their strategic and annual performance plans. Monitoring and evaluation is crucial to assess the effectiveness of government in all spheres of government, particularly in local government, provided the state of our municipalities. Honorable Malatsi, it was reported that the process of the signing of performance agreements with the ministers has been finalized with the president. They are the ones of the processes that will ensure accountability in the public service. Understanding the COVID-19 impacted on the functionality of the department and the reaching of certain targets, we were pleased as the portfolio committee to see an improvement on the targets reached in the second quarter. However, the department played a central role in the realization on the implementation of government policies. Inadequacies in the department means that government will not be able to fully monitor the implementation of its policies. The impact of government policies is a matter that requires adequate and great attention. The department was advised to deal with service delivery complaints that were lodged into the presidential hotline, including the Kauleza program. Improving how government interacts with the people on the ground is one of the objectives of the African National Congress. The presidential hotline is a platform where members of the public
can utilize to lodge complaints or queries. And we hope that the department will attend to all the queries and complaints lodged by members of the public. This is what a responsive government does, and implementing the values of Matupile principles of putting the people first. Furthermore, the department was recommended to guard against irregular and fruitless expenditure for future purposes. Understanding the shortfalls caused by the COVID-19, the budget allocation of the department will ensure the proper implementation of all SONA priorities, monitor and evaluate their progress. Ensuring a competent public service requires constant and proper monitoring and evaluation, allows for proper implementation of government programs and objectives. However, the department still needs to pay much intended attention to special planning and development. Brand South Africa is to continue to pay special attention to its operations. It is concerning to note that certain targets in the entity did not have clear time frames. Furthermore, certain targets in the entity were exceeded while some were not. This raised concerns in the operation of Brand SA. We urged Brand SA to improve on its vacancy rate and the inclusion of persons with disabilities in their operations. The Auditor General has raised concerns with regards to the record keeping of the Brand SA, and we urge the entity to improve on those concerns. The importance of Brand SA is crucial in driving investment into our country to foster economic growth. Noting the damage done by COVID-19, such as high levels of unemployment and increasing inequality, we have to market our brand in a manner that will make South Africa appealing to foreign investors. The ANC moves in support of Vote 9 of the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I thank you, Madam House Chair.
Thank you, Mama Mkweva. We proceed and request the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to talk to us.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Do we have any objections? No objections. Agreed to.
No objection of the EFF.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am Komani. Then it's noted, but as thus the report is being agreed to. The 14th order, Secretary.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on first and second quarter performance of 2021 financial year for budget vote 7, National School of Government.
Thank you very much. Tatu James.
Thank you, House Chair. The National School of Government was severely impacted by the advent of COVID-19 pandemic in the first financial year. Under normal circumstances, the school used to provide education, training, and development through face-to-face contact. However, in 2020-2021 financial year, the school had to readjust its training and development approach and adapt to online courses. In an effort to change training approach, the school realized that most of the clients do not have tools of trade such as laptop and data for connectivity, especially for lower level position in the public service. This challenge had a devastating effect on the performance of the school, both financially and non-financial targets. The National School of Government training account intend to generate income through training courses offered was severely impacted by the low numbers of intake Therefore, the school was urged to invest its infrastructure on the virtual and online training programs in order to empower public servants with necessary training and development. The school online training program should be inclusive to all public servants, irrespective of whether officials have laptop and data. We welcome progress made thus far regarding the online pre-entry program for senior management service, which went live on the 15th of July 2019, and it is continuing to be rolled out. We further encourage the school to market this training program to all South Africans aspiring to join the public service in future years. We rise in support of this report, Madam Chairperson.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. We now, having received the request for declarations, I will invite the DA.
It's extremely disillusioning to sit in committee meetings and listen to government departments inform us that they failed to meet their performance targets due to the pandemic, or as in the case of the NSG, that they incurred a considerable revenue shortfall due to the pandemic. Prior to the onset of the pandemic, there was so much talk about the fourth industrial revolution by the current administration that one would have thought that most government departments would effortlessly switch gear and adapt to the demands of online work. But as soon as the pandemic hit our shores, a form of paralysis set in, and work in the public service grew to a grinding halt. And departments such as the NSG sustained considerable revenue shortfalls because they simply grew accustomed to doing things in the same predictable manner. House Chairperson, the NSG incurred a revenue shortfall of 21.3 million rand in the 2020-2021 financial year. House Chairperson, what in actual fact happened was that during the hard lockdown, the NSG experienced a low uptake or demand in its contact or face-to-face programs. House Chairperson, had the NSG been offering virtual or online programs in addition to its existing face-to-face or contact programs prior to the onset of the pandemic, the department would likely have not incurred such a considerable revenue shortfall. House Chairperson, in an effort to ensure that the NSG has a perpetual revenue stream, we recommend that the NSG increase the number of virtual or online programs that it currently has on offer. We further recommend that the NSG makes a concerted effort to increase the uptake of its virtual or online programs by public servants. The department will also need to, sooner rather than later, conduct a proper analysis aimed at increasing the number of compulsory or mandatory programs that it currently has on offer, failing which it will continue to rely on the cherry picking of crucial programs by departments and officials. House Chairperson, what is more, the committee has on a number of occasions advised the NSD to review its current funding model and develop its own funding model with the assistance, of course, of National Treasury. Such a revised funding model would wean the department from a total dependence on allocations from the national budget or other government departments. However, the development of this critical funding model by the NSG appears to not be a priority for the department. During a recent interaction with the committee, the NSG informed the committee that engagements with National Treasury in relation to the development of this critical funding model are ongoing, and that it had secured funding in the amount of 48 million rand from the Department of Public Works, which funding it hoped will resolve the future budgetary constraints of the department. House Chairperson, the NSG cannot continue to rely on allocations from National Treasury and other government departments, including Parliament, as every single department and entity is currently feeling the financial pinch. As such, the NSG needs to really rank in importance and prioritize the development of its own funding model so as to ensure that it remains financially afloat. Last but not in the least, House Chairperson, the spending patterns of the NSG in the 2020-2021 financial year were rather concerning or worrying. Even though the department was only able to meet or achieve 54% of its target, it surprisingly was able to spend 97% of its budget. This in effect means that had the NSG been able to achieve 100% of its targets, it would have had a deficit for the subsequent financial year due to overspending. We therefore urge the NSG to monitor its spending patterns in this regard and ensure that the spending for any given financial year is commensurate or proportionate to the budget spent.
Dr. Gondwe, the EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The National School of Government is meant to be a center of excellence for a public service that is responsive and drive the developmental agenda of the country. The compulsory and mandatory course the schools offers for those applying to be managers in government are not adequate to ensure that those who eventually do get employment are up to the task. It is now common knowledge that many of those who drive acts of corruption in the state are managers who commit these acts at the behest of politicians. The fact that the School of Government has been severely underfunded for the past few years does not assist it in fulfilling its objectives. We commend the fact that despite these limitations, the School of Government hosted its second cohort of the Economic Governance School for members of the executive through its winter program this year. This intervention, however, on their own and without a guiding vision of an efficient public service, will remain isolated and not contributed to a public service that is desperately needed by our people. It is highly doubtful, for instance, that any of the intervention made by this school has had any effect on the Department of Home Affairs, which is simply an embarrassment to the state in the manner it serves out people. The National School of Government must be properly funded and properly guided in order to be of any effect in the public service. Therefore, the EFF reject this report. I thank you.
We proceed now to the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The National School of Government, an entity of the Ministry of Public Service and Administration, has over the years built public sector capacity. The school has had meaningful collaborations with local and international stakeholders in providing responsive education. Their recent partnership with the Trade and Industry Policy Strategy has resulted in economic policy development expertise for civil servants. Most importantly, the course offered by civil servants strategies in revitalizing the economy, which has been seriously affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The IFP is aware that the budget for the NSG has been significantly affected by the pandemic. The NSG's education, training, and development initiatives fulfill an important role in providing public servants with desperately needed human resource skills. The budget for the school, due to compulsory baseline reduction experience across all government departments, will face a further decrease in expenditure from 136.5 million in 2020-21 to 103.7 million in 2023-24. Whilst we support these budget cuts made by government with the aim of freeing more funding for essential services during the pandemic, we voiced our concern earlier this year in that we cannot allow the NSG's training program to be compromised. We also acknowledge that traditional learning, as we know it, it has significantly changed. There has been an increasing need, for virtual and remote learning, and the NSG has adopted these new e-learning platforms and embraced digital methods in teaching. These adaptations allow the NSG to continue empowering civil servants by providing them with education, training, and skills to develop meaningful interventions in the workplace. Earlier recommendations from the Portfolio Committee include a suggestion that the NSG should continue to engage National Treasury on exploring alternative funding models and use online resources effectively and efficiently to provide their training programs. We encourage the NSG to invest more in online learning to ensure it continues to deliver on its mandate of providing quality education, training, and development relevant to the needs of the public sector. The IFP applauds the NSG for having no cases of unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The IFP is concerned that with the reduction in the compensation. Okay, Chair, thank you. We support the report.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Honourable House Chairperson, no declaration.
Thank you. ACDP? Are they still there?
House Chair, no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM?
No declaration, House Chair.
AGM? Thank you.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Good. NFP? AIC? COPE?
COPE supports. Thank you.
Thank you. PAC? Al-Jama? The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC move in support of Vote 7 in this year of Charlotte Maxeke. The National School of Government plays a crucial role in the capacitation of public servants, a significant element in the building of a capable ethical state and advancing honesty and integrity of the public service. Capacity involves the improvement of human resources and the skills necessarily to enhance the envisioned goals as out in the NDP. Nyugela iyavuma ukuthi maungena ku-public service ufundile unamajazi akho elinye phezu kwelinye kodwa ithi nyukela ube ngaphezulu ngenyukela program. NSG mission is very clear in rolling out a holistic course and their training programs from entry level up to the executive. We understand the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic and difficult conditions under which they were operating. Therefore, we applaud NSG for swiftly undertaking the new normal in this regard. Hence, we all know that schooling and training meant a physical interaction. We note the work done by NSG together with the Department of Women to take the pandemic of GBVF into cognizance by launching an accredited gender course in 2020, focusing on gender mainstreaming in the public service, gender-based violence, and gender-responsive planning and budget. Professionalizing the public service means having a competent public servants, possessing the relevant skills in the provision of service delivery. The National School of Government offers the correct content to assist them in increasing their capacity and skills for them to conduct their work competently. We appreciate the fact that the National School of Government has partnered with other institutions to maximize the capacitation of public servants, enabling them for effectiveness. Chairperson, these courses range from administration, induction, management, and leadership. As the ANC, we acknowledge the school for playing a central coordination role in capacitating public servants in all spheres of government. Uhulumeni ka-ANC awozela awulali ulwa nobubha ukusweleka kwemisebenzi nokulwela ukuvala igebe lokulingana. NSG nikeza izikhali zokulwa lempi ngempumelelo. Sibonile ophondweni lwalempi umongameli wethu Cyril Ramaphosa eyihola ngokwakhe wathatha enye yalama courses. Ukuze kufezekiswe umyalezo we-ANC ukuthi together we yes siyabonga baba Matamela also ukuze kufezekiswe umyalezo othi together helping communities. Siyabonga baba Matamela ngokuhola ngaphambili futhi ungabi yibhodi elikhomba indlela kodwa lime lingayihambi. Sihole mongameli. Noting the school's financial reports indicated challenges due to COVID-19 and that face-to-face interaction in the school had to be cancelled, and due to this, a large amount of revenue was lost. The school nevertheless made use of virtual platform and continued with some of these its courses that were offered online. We commend the compulsory pre-entry course, Nyukela, for SMS positions. The school also invested in new cybersecurity software across the National School of Government to protect the ICT environment, provided that the NSG had fallen victim to 2 cyber attacks previously. We applaud the progress that the school has undertaken and continue to appreciate its efforts to professionalize the public service through this course. The employment equity in the National School of Government is commended as the school has representation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And yes, we are building a culture of excellent service through capability and improvising the quality of service through adequate training and strong public service. The ANC calls upon all of us in this august house to join hands in assisting NSG to improve this pivotal role in creating ethical public service through the professionalization of the state for effective service delivery for the benefit of our people and better life for all. The ANC moves in support for vote 7, the National School of Government. I think.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, guide us.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by this House. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Do we have any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
And the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
Of the UDM.
Noted.
The EFF.
Noted. Thank you. With all the objections, the report is thus agreed to. We now proceed to order number 15 and allow the secretary to read.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on first and second quarter performance of 2020-21 financial year for budget vote 10, Department of Public Service and Administration.
Thank you. The Honorable James. I'm going to take away your minute because you are supposed to sit here.
Pardon me, Honorable Chair. House Chair, we are today debating the first and second performance report of the Department of Public Service and Administration for 2020-2021 financial year. 2020 financial year was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic as the country experienced phase cases resulting in the government implementing hard lockdown to prevent the spread and prepare for the outbreak. Government officials were during this hard lockdown working remotely. Therefore, performance was not at the best of the department's abilities. During this quarter of the financial year, government department budget were cut to fund COVID-19 activities. We note during these 2 quarters that the department was in a process of drafting guidelines for conducting lifestyle audit in the public service. We urge the department to expedite this crucial process with the aim of rooting out corruption in the public service. Lifestyle audit in the public service will assist government to develop and undertake an understanding on the kind of officials employed with the aim of determining the level of conflict of interest despite the financial disclosure framework system. The department should be at the center of this lifestyle audit, even though the process will be decentralized among departments. We are concerned about the time frames for tabling the amendment of these important pieces of legislation, which are Public Administration Management Act and Public Service Act. We urge the department to prioritize amendments of this legislation without delay. We were pleased, though, about the e-leave management system from the Eastern Cape province replicated at the Center of Public Service Innovation as part of assessing a possible nationwide rollout. We viewed this as an effort towards digitalizing government services and encourage the center to collaborate with the Department of Public Service and Administration to ensure annual leave application in the public service become a practice, manual rather, not annual. Manual leave application in the public service is a thing of the past. We urge the House to support this report. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable James. I will now recognize parties wishing to make a declaration. May I call for the DA?
Honourable Chairperson, although this past year has been a difficult one for South Africa in so many ways, there are at least 2 beacons of light that stand out politically. In the first place, history will remember 2021 as the year when the ANC finally lost an election, with its national majority crashing to well below 50%. The second and related bright spot from 2021 was the way in which the State Capture Commission finally exposed that which the DA has been warning about for 25 years, namely that the ANC policy of cadre deployment is the foundation of state capture and corruption in South Africa. It is rather unfortunate, as can be seen again here today, that these two things have not yet sunk in for the ANC. Just like the party chooses to blame the public broadcaster rather than face up to the fact that its supermajority is gone forever, so too do they and the Department of Public Service and Administration continue to defend cadre deployment. They do so despite the fact that the State Capture Commission already confirmed that the ANC's cadre deployment committee even influenced the appointment of judges to the highest court in our country. But I do have news for the ANC. Your recent electoral losses and the public outcry against cadre deployment is just the beginning. Things are going to get a whole lot worse for you from 2022 onwards, which means that things may finally start to become better for South Africa. The ANC's pain is likely to start as soon as New Year's Day 2022, because the 1st of January 2022 is the deadline day for when the final report of the State Capture Commission must be on President Ramaphosa's desk. South Africa lives in hope that this report will finally expose the President's beloved policy of cadre deployment for what it truly is, the signature disgrace that the ANC has wrought on our country. Soon after, the DA will win our cadre deployment court case against the ANC, whereby we will expose for the whole world to see the inner workings of the deployment committee. It will allow South Africans to see how the ANC appointed people on the basis of loyalty to the party, its ideology, and its financial interests to capture the most important institutions in our country. It will show how the deployment committee, which was of course chaired by President Ramaphosa between 2013 and 2018, rewarded the corrupt and prevented skilled and ethical applicants from being appointed to positions of power. In bright technicolor detail, these records will show how the ANC betrayed the people, why the people are right to turn their back on this dying party, and how the Department of Public Service and Administration did nothing to stop them. In 2022, the cadre deployment scandal will further accelerate the momentum generated by the 2021 election, building into an unstoppable avalanche by 2024, when the people will do to the ANC nationally what they've already done to it locally. While the ANC clearly may be so blinded by arrogance that they really cannot see what is coming, everyone else can see it as clear as daylight. South Africa is done with cadre deployment, just like they are done with the ANC. As the election of DA mayors across the country made clear, South Africans are yearning for a new government that will scrap cadre deployment and build a capable state by appointing the best among us to positions of power. The days of this government and the days of its signature disgrace are numbered. Where once this party and its use of cadre deployment to control the state seemed almost untouchable, cadre deployment has now been reduced to little more than a lame duck policy defended by a lame duck president who runs a lame duck government. Bring on 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chairperson, it is very difficult for us to understand how the Department of Public Service and Administration hopes to have the public service that works when the departments are unable to fill fully funded vacant posts for years. The committee noted and raised its concerns about the inability of the department to facilitate a more meaningful way of filling vacant posts in the public service. We also raised our concerns about the inability of this department to deal decisively with fruitless, irregular, and wasteful expenditures. The department has also failed dismally to curb the practice of public servants who were doing business with the state, and that on the few occasions where these public servants have been identified, nothing was ever done to them because they are afraid to deal with them because they are elements of cadre deployment. This department's greatest failures, however, has been its inability to resolve the public wage negotiations crisis of the public servants, Chairperson. The department entered into an agreement with public service unions a few years ago. Those agreements must be honored, and the public servants must have their salaries increased in terms of those agreements. This matter is long overdue, Chair. The fact that these issues have been taken to court for a resolution point to a deep problem of lack of leadership in this same public service. Thus, the EFF rejects this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On consideration of the report of the committee on the Department of Public Service and Administration's first and second quarter performance, the IFP accepts the recommendations and the committee's report. The IFP wishes to acknowledge the positive reporting and that the department appeared to adhere to sound financial management to the period under review. It is encouraging that there were no cases of unauthorized expenditure or irregular expenditure in the first and second quarter. It is also positive that the department was able to pay all service providers within 30 days in both quarters, and that 27 out of the 30 planned targets were achieved. We do also accept the department's reason for the deviation in meeting the planned targets. The IFP, however, remains highly concerned about the failure of the department to finalize disciplinary cases within 90 days, and this failure has been noted across all government departments. The failure demands closer oversight from our committee on the reason provided for failing to give effect the consequence management. As a committee, we need to consider more closely what can be done in our oversight role to force the executive to account for these failures. Since the report, the Minister of Public Service and Administration has approved the guide to implement lifestyle audit in the public service, referred to in the report. This guide came into effect on 1st of April 2021 and will now make it compulsory for national and provincial departments as well as other government departments, government entities to conduct that lifestyle audit. This is a crucial step in oversight and enforcing accountability. In conclusion, as we near the end of the year, we need to remind ourselves as members of parliament of the crucial role we play and must play in holding the executive accountable. We have the power to demand answers and enforce accountability and transparency. We must use all the tools available to us to give effect to this duty. The IFP will actively monitor this department's performance and especially the results of the lifestyle audit report of public servants. The IFP supports or accepts the report. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kabekulu. We proceed now to the FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Section 195 of the Constitution lists as necessary the values and principles of an effective public administration of firstly, a high standard of professional ethics that must be promoted and maintained. Secondly, efficient economic and effective use of resources, transparency that must be promoted by providing the public with timely, accessible, and accurate information. And equally, if not most important, public administration must be accountable. In contradiction with these values, it is worrying that the Portfolio Committee for Public Service and Administration observed that consequence management over the first and second quarters of the year is still a concern in a number of departments. We've recently received a report from the SIU that nearly 6,000 government employees, mainly working for the Departments of Health and Education, benefited from the COVID-19 UIF Temporary Employee Relief Scheme Fund to the tune of 351 million rand. Was there consequences for these government employees, and what were the outcomes? The committee observed that several government departments have failed to finalize other disciplinary cases within the prescribed 90 days. Many of these employees against whom disciplinary action is pending have been sitting at home for months, suspended on full pay from the fiscus with absolutely no return on investment for the state. And COVID-19, Honourable House Chair, has absolutely nothing to do with this lack of action. It has been there before COVID, and as we can see, it is ever present. A further worrying observation is the fact that critical posts are not filled, resulting in poor service delivery to the public. This observation is present in nearly every quarterly performance report of this department and many other departments, just like the constant lack of consequence management and the ever-looming fruitless and wasteful expenditure problem, which can easily be addressed by, yet again, proper consequence management. Guidelines for lifestyle audits for state employees that was mentioned by the President during the first State of the Nation address for the 6th Parliament nearly 3 years ago have been drafted, yes, 3 years later. But have they been implemented? And what are the outcomes of these lifestyle audits? House Chair, we have one of the best constitutions in the world that sets some of the most noble values and highest standards. And oh, what a world it would be if the state actually adhered to these standards. But before the department in charge of ensuring that other departments adhere to these standards does not first do it themselves by ensuring that constantly repeated problems and mistakes are effectively addressed, this government will never measure up to the standards of our Constitution. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dana. We proceed to the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. No declaration from the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Okay. ATM.
Thank you, Chairperson. No declaration from ATM. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Good. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. The ANC. Mama Loma.
Thank you, Chairperson. ANC moves in support of Vote 10 of Public Service and Administration. In order to resolve the problem, we have to identify the cause. This is part of the strategy that the ANC has undertaken to resolve the difficulties and all that is undesirable in the public service. Having a single public service, Tula, Lalela, listening is a skill. Having a single public service encapsulates all elements of a developmental cable state that addresses corruption. Do you hear that? Improving technical capability and capacity, performance, accountability, and clean governance in the public service, and the quality of service delivered. Notwithstanding the importance of values and ethics in public service, which are the underlying pillars of a single public service, where we put people at our center of government. That means we are amending current legislation such as PAMA and PSA, and building uniformity in the public service throughout all spheres of government. Resolving the issue of current dispensation incorporated in the building of a developmental state, which government is currently putting in place. I want to speak to you, DA. You come here and stand and speak about the issues of election. When you speak about the issues of election, the ANC still leads. Where you are leading, where you are leading SDA, Honorable Malumani government with Honorable Malumani.
Honorable Malumani, wait. Honorable members, you are drowning the speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Chair.
Honorable members on my left, you are drowning the speaker. I can't even hear.
Just hold on. Honourable Speaker, if I may, House Chair, stand on a point of order. The Honourable Member at the podium addressed the DA directly, which is not allowed according to parliamentary rules, but she would never know because this is one of the first time she's ever spoken. Honourable Mazzoni, stand up, and you cannot instigate a fight and not expect a response.
Honourable Mazzoni,
she turned around and said to us, "I'm addressing you, DA."
Honourable,
she's going to get.
Honourable Mazzoni, that does not mean that you should drown her. And to refer to the party has never been out of order.
Yes.
You said she's out of order by referring to the DA. Referring to the party has never been out of order. Thank you very much.
Chair,
Please.
I accept that completely, but then I must tell you, she won't be drowned out. She will just be told the truth.
But you can't.
Out of order. That's out of order. Can I raise point of order, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Chabalala, please. We didn't give you an opportunity to speak. Honourable Chabalala, okay. Honourable members of the DA, you cannot drown the speaker like that. And she said nothing out of order about the DA. That's how we speak. We don't speak about persons, we speak about the party. That's what we have learned in this house. So please, if you have issues, you will send your member to speak on the podium, not where you are. Proceed, Honourable Malumane.
How
Chairperson. Honourable, who's that?
What do we do in rare instances where speakers at the podium drown out themselves? What do you do?
Honourable Kwankwa, that is not a point of order. Please, just be quiet. Don't escalate the issue like that. Proceed, Honourable
Chairperson.
Honourable Khadebe, yes.
I'm rising. Honourable Shabalala wanted to raise a point of order. In the past, in the previous debate, I raised my hand through the gadget. I was not recognized. So that's why she just barged in so that you can get your attention. Can you please give her an opportunity to call a point of order? Thank you.
Honourable Khadebe, with the issue of hands, I rely on the secretariat that has got the gadget, and I was not informed. And I don't know. When you are on virtual, you just raise and say, "I want to raise a point of order," because I'm relying on them. If they don't see the hand, I'm not told. And on this matter. Okay, if it is the matter on the table, I have ruled on that matter, Honourable Chabalala. Can we allow Honourable Malubani to proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC sazobusa. During the first and second reports, it was concerning that some of the reports were not submitted on time by the department and the number of vacant posts were alarming. However, we welcome the rolling out of the guideline of lifestyle audits to the various departments and hope that this will intensify the effort of increasing accountability and transparency in the public servants. In the matter of public servants, doing business with the state is problematic in the public service, and it hinders the progress in fight against corruption in the public service. Chairperson, we encourage the Center of Public Center Innovation to be the main driver on innovation of the public service, although we commend the work that it continuously done by the entity, understanding that the entity was also affected by the budget cut, which meant that it could not carry out its operation. It is blinding to say that the public services no longer exist. And as the ANC, we are well aware that of the challenges experienced in the public service. However, we are not selective or blind like DA and EFF to say that nothing has been done with regards to corruption, improving state capacity and capability. We have to acknowledge the progress that is being done to deal with decisively with corruption, accountability, and the improving state capacity. The ANC took its decision that this year is a year of renewal. This year is the year of rebuilding itself. So don't worry.
Order, honorable members of the DA, you are drowning the speaker now.
So don't worry about our internal issues. Whether we are busy cleaning ourselves, the president is fighting the issues of corruption, the issue of honorable capture. If someone is corrupt, we're not saying we're fighting corruption. So let it be like that. Don't come up with your ways of coming to the ANC. If you want to belong to the ANC, there is a portal. Go and join. Professionalism and having a single public service aims to address the challenges in the public service and to improve the quality of service delivery throughout government and in all spheres. This is then benefit South Africans that are largely dependent on the government for the provision of service delivery. I just want to say the ANC, the African National Congress, moves in support of Vote 10. That's what I want to say. Niegelani phumani etindzabeni the ANC. Bukani ten. We are speaking about issues of cadre deployment. You are led by
House
grade
Chair,
12,
on a point of
Matric,
order.
Standard 10.
House Chair, on a point of order.
Thank you, House Chair.
House Chair, I rose on a point of order.
Sorry. Thank you, Honorable Malomani. Yes, Honorable. Order, honorable members.
I'm sorry that the members
Order. I can't hear, please.
Yeah.
There's a member on the platform.
I just wanted to raise on a point of order that I'm so sorry. For the last sort of 20 seconds of the speech, we didn't hear a word that she said.
Honorable, how do you hear the speech when you keep on making noise and making sure that he's drowned? We proceed, Honorable Chief Whip, assist us.
Enkosi kakhulu.
We have a member on the microphone. Can we respect that? The Chief Whip has got to guide us. Proceed, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this House adopts the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
House Chair, I just want to say, as the Democratic Alliance, that we object to that report.
Thank you very much. Sikuzwile Babu Kwankwa. Noted.
Note the objection of the EFF to the empty report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mankoma.
House Chair bensathetha ngokululama ka-Chief uPuthole namhlanje usewamark, but we object to the report as well. Thank you.
Mara niyazi ukuthi you are flouting the rules. Yini lezi nishoyo manje?
And the objection of the AFF Plus, House Chair.
Thank you. Ningayenzi lento eniyenzayo Babu Nkwankwa. Ningayenzi. Let's respect and bring the decorum of this house. Thank you very much. The motion is that the report has been adopted when we recognize that we note the objections, but the report has been agreed to. We now proceed to the 16th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on first and second quarter performance of 2020-21 financial year for Budget Vote 12 Public Service Commission.
The Honorable James.
Thank you, House Chair. The Public Service Commission is vested with custodial oversight responsibility for the public service to monitor, evaluate, investigate, public administration practices. It also has the power to issue directives regarding compliance with personnel procedures relating to recruitment, transfers, promotions, and dismissals. The PSC was also affected in these 2 financial quarters by the COVID-19 pandemic and hard lockdown. However, during this period, the PSC continued to monitor the government employees' pension fund with regard to ensuring that the pension payout are processed timeously for public servants pensioners. We realize that most of the retired public servants are experiencing inefficient services from the government employees' pension fund. We note that some government departments continue to pay invoices after 30 days. This is a contravention with the Public Finance Management Act. A culture of consequence management in the entire public service needs to be inculcated. We commend the public service for being proactive in its work by conducting inspections in schools across the provinces to assess the state of readiness by the Department of Basic Education to open schools after hard lockdown. Re tshitsinya hore ntlo ena e amohele report ena. Re a khensa.
Re a leboga modulasetulo wa committee. Re na le dikopo tsa di-declaration ke tla neela ho the DA.
The stench of corruption has literally permeated every inch of our country, including the public service. This is evidenced by the number of public servants that applied for the 350 SRD grant and the number of public servants that applied for other grants other than the SRD grant, which number is 177,000 public servants. House Chairperson, public servants applied for these grants, which are intended for the most vulnerable members of our society, and definitely not public servants who are drawing a monthly salary from state coffers. The Public Service Commission, a creature of Chapter 10 of the Constitution, manages the National Anti-Corruption Hotline and the Financial Disclosure Framework, which are, loosely speaking, mechanisms to combat and prevent corruption in the public service. However, both mechanisms have proved to be ineffective in the fight against the scourge of corruption in the public service. The majority of cases that are reported to the hotline are then referred to relevant departments for investigation, and more often than not, these cases are not investigated by the relevant departments for the simple reason that some of our departments just do not have the capacity to investigate the reported cases of corruption, let alone finalize their disciplinary cases. The framework, on the other hand, is able to assist the Public Service Commission to assess compliance on the part of public servants with the requirement to declare the financial interests. However, the framework is limited in that it's unable to detect corruption in the public service from the onset and can only detect it after the fact, which in most instances is a whole financial year after the fact. House Chairperson, rather than establishing new and multiple units within the Department of Public Service and Administration for purposes of tackling corruption in the public service, a more prudent option would be to capacitate and empower the Public Service Commission to be more effectual and effective in the fight against corruption in the public service. One way in which we can capacitate and empower the Public Service Commission in this sense is to render the implementation of its recommendations binding on all affected departments. At present, departments, including the Department of Public Service and Administration, are systematically disregarding the recommendations made by the Public Service Commission in its various reports and investigations. As a case in point are the recommendations that the Public Service Commission made to the Department of Public Service and Administration in relation to the backlog of disciplinary cases within the public service, which disciplinary cases, I might add, are costing the South African taxpayer billions on an annual basis. The Public Service Commission recently informed the committee that it had made the recommendations in a number of reports to the DPSA in this regard, but these recommendations were ignored and disregarded by the DPSA. House Chairperson, our public
House
service...
Chairperson, I have my hand up for a long time.
Honorable Gondwe. Okay. Thank you for raising it. As I said before, my screens don't have that, what you call it, icon. So I'm relying on the Secretariat to inform me. But I will allow you now because he has just seen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's why I don't want to be making noise. I raise my hand. I wanted to ask if the member would mind taking a question because she said something that's completely not correct.
Honorable Gondwe, do you want to take a question?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Before you proceed, Honorable Gondwe, let me just say this.
No, she was going to say so.
Honorable Zulu, let me say this. Don't respond. Let me address all the members on the virtual platform. The Secretariat do have the laptops so that they can assist me. But most of the time, I don't know what is preoccupying them. But can I request that you just raise your voice and say a point of order, House Chair or whoever will be on the seat, so that we can, not to speak, but to ask for a point of order. That we do allow, because it's not easy when you are on the virtual platform to be recognized through your hand. Thank you very much. Proceed, Ma'am Gondwe.
House Chairperson, our public service needs a public service commission that is not only independent, but also obsessed with promoting and safeguarding a corruption-free, merit-based, and non-partisan public service that serves all South Africans. Such a public service commission can only be established if this august House empowers and capacitates the Public Service Commission in the same manner that it empowered and capacitated the Office of the Auditor General. My colleague, Honorable Schreiber, is the face behind a brilliant private member's bill called the Public Administration Laws General Amendment Bill. This bill, amongst other things, seeks to empower and capacitate the Public Service Commission in this regard, and we earnestly hope, and this is a genuine hope, that this august House will ensure that this bill sees the light of day and becomes legislation. House Chairperson, uprooting and preventing corruption in the public service has to begin with the appointment of competent and qualified persons to lead our Chapter 9 and 10 institutions without fear, favor, or prejudice. In early January next year, the committee will start shortlisting candidates for the 3 vacant commissioner positions at the Public Service Commission, and we expect the committee to make appointments for these positions solely on the basis of merit and competency. Partisan or cadre appointments have throttled and continue to throttle the public service from becoming the capable, ethical, merit-based public service that we all desire to see and experience as citizens of this country.
Thank you. Economic freedom fighters.
Is to promote honesty and dignity, integrity, to enable the fight against corruption. Yet so far, as long as the ruling party still dreams of fighting corruption, the work of this commission will never be realized. We always come to Parliament in various platforms to listen to the rhetoric of enforcing Batupele, but For as long as that is still a dream, nothing will be achieved until the ruling party walks the talk by putting Batupele, not their pockets and stomach, together with their families. The establishment of a joint government and civil society working group, which is set to develop national anti-corruption strategy and implementation plan, has not borne any fruit thus far, as we still public servants doing business with the state, and little is done to this effect, as there is minimal, if no consequence management is recorded. Chair, we still reiterate that reinforcement of anti-corruption at senior management will only be on the day cater deployment by the ruling party is ended. And we as the economic freedom fighters, we don't see that day coming, and that day coming from the ruling party until the economic freedom fighters take over. So therefore, we reject this report. We thank you.
Inkatha Freedom Party, thank you, ma.
The economic freedom fighter, ma'am, not Inkatha.
No, I'm calling the next person. I thanked you, Mama. I thanked you. I'm calling the Inkatha Freedom Party. Babu Kebekulu, iline yakho iyakulahla, ngicela uvale ivideo mhlambe ezaba ngconywana. Iyala ndaba ezithi.
Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Okay, the mandate of the Public Service Commission, guided by Section 195 and 196 of the South African Constitution, is to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization.
Marangibona. Why not siya freezer la? Inkosi Kebekulu. Asakutholi, uthulile baba. The whip of the IFP, do you want to take it forward?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will assist. I know he's in an area where there could be connection problems. The mandate of the Public Service Commission, guided by Section 195 and 196 of the South African Constitution, seeks to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and administration of the public service. The Commission is therefore tasked with the custodial oversight of the public service and is an important machinery in ensuring that public administration adheres to constitutional principles. Despite this noble mandate, Honorable Chairperson, corruption within the public service remains widespread and is one of the biggest challenges faced in this country. Since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020, civil servants have been implicated in various PPE scandals, and this is unacceptable. The corruption emanating from the public service showcases abuse of power and a general trend of unprofessional behavior in government. We encourage the Commission to continue using its oversight to bring all corrupt civil servants to book. The IFP acknowledges the Public Service Commission for paying all its service providers within 30 days in the first and second quarters of 2021. Equally, we applaud the Commission for the absence of unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well during the same period. The Commission also managed to achieve a majority of its targets in Program 124. We encourage the Commission to work on these targets that it did not achieve. But at the same time,
Honorable Mvana, please mute. You're disturbing the proceedings. Proceed, Honorable Singh.
I'll just repeat that sentence. We encourage the Commission to work on those targets that it did not achieve, but at the same time, we are aware that the Commission is operating during a pandemic. We support the recommendations from the committee that the vacancies for commissioners in Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo provinces should be filled. We also strongly condemn the lack of consequence management for the entire public service. And finally, Honorable Chairperson, watching the proceedings of the House from 2 o'clock this afternoon, I can see why December period is called the silly season, because there have been some things happening in the House that give credence to December being called a silly season. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not a silly season. We are waking each other up. It's too late now and they're tired. FF Plus?
No declaration, House Chairperson.
Thank you. ACGP?
No declaration. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. UDM?
A state Mama Klombandi, Abule.
Siabulela. ATM?
Thank you, House Chair. No declaration from ATM. Thanks.
Thank you. Good is no longer on the platform. NFP is no longer on the platform. AIC also. COPE, PAC, and Al Jama are not on the platform. We now call the ANC.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Mhlali ngaphambili yazi umuntu isiXhosa sithi lilahle elinothuthu. Kodwa makhe ngiqale ngale yamqala. Honorable Chair, the ANC supports this vote of the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission has the responsibility to promote the values and principles of the public service as stipulated in the Constitution. There is a need for a value-driven approach in the public service. We must ensure that public servants adhere to the code of conduct to promote the culture of discipline in the public service. We must accelerate honesty, competency, and accountability in the public service and fight corruption by all means necessary, particularly with public servants conducting business with the state. We are ensuring that public servants uphold the values and principles of the public administration by promoting ethical leadership and focusing on professionalizing the public service into a single public service. Departments need to ensure that invoices are paid with due time, as departments that do not comply dent our democracy. We must clean out corruption in the public service and promote to uphold the code of conduct. We commended the steps that were taken against the DG of the Public Service Commission. Any form of corruption will not be tolerated in government, no matter how senior an official may be. That is what we are saying as the ANC. We are not going to tolerate corruption, and you will never understand and accept that we are fighting corruption. We also welcome the appointment of Commission Dr. Fikeni, although you opposed also on his appointment. We urge the Commission to fill in all vacant positions. We cannot have a high number of vacant posts with our drastic levels of unemployment in the country, and women, youth, and persons with disabilities must be prioritized. We must continue to monitor irregular expenditure and cases of financial misconduct in the public service and ensure for stringent consequence management to avoid public servant breaching the code of conduct. As the ANC government, we want to increase accountability, openness, and transparency in the public service. We are implementing lifestyle audits to prevent and detect fraud and corruption in the government. The Public Service Commission will continue to provide support to the Department of Public Service and Administration in the professionalization of the public service and building state capability through the monitoring and evaluating with the values and principles of the public service and ensure uniformity across all spheres of government for an ethical and competent public service. Through the rooting out of corruption and increasing state transparency, accountability, and fighting corruption, we are nearing our goal of the NDP of building a capable state where the masses of our people could greatly benefit for the services that are provided by the state and ensure access to essential services such as water, electricity, proper sanitation, and so forth. The ANC still stands. We support this vote. Honorable Chair, I think one needs to comment on this one. You know, the DA today is bragging about municipalities that you are governing. The ANC, when ANC was governing municipalities, it was not coalition. ANC governed the municipalities, one man alone. So you cannot come and brag here about coalitions. And one other thing that I have to tell you, the DA will never govern South Africa. Those days are over. And the other thing, you are busy telling us every day about deployment. You forget that your great-grandparents were deploying standard 8 people to be heads in departments where our black people with diplomas are in those departments. Was it not deployment? Now it's something funny because it's done by the ANC. And I want to say today, those that did not have the chance are free today to say, I object, or I don't agree, I disagree. Where you did not have even the chance to object during your government, even if you were forced to send your children as young as they are to the army after they've finished Standard 10. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. I move that this report be adopted. Thank you.
Baya Danki, who of SWAP. Are there any objections?
House Chair, as the news breaks that the DA has just won the Mayor and Speaker of Mafube
Honorable Member, what is your?
The DA objects to this report.
Point of order.
Thank you. Is there somebody who's saying point of order? Oh, okay. I thought it's from the platform. No, it's fine. Thank you. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus to the report. It seems as though there's confusion.
Noted. Thank you very much. We note the objection.
Note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. With all those objections, the report is thus agreed to. En achtbare lede, dit brengt ons ten einde van die besigheid van die dag en die huis is verdaag.
Well done, it's been a long day.